Hello? 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 Hello?
Hello, Taco.
Hello, Jerry.
Hello?
Rumi, just so we're clear, I'm not asking why or how. I don't want you to explain yourself. It's fine. It's fine. All right, just checking the duck on the main mic. It's a dark and snowy night. What is this? Is that a pirate ship island?
Hello?
Excuse me. Out. Out. Good boy.
Hello?
No, Rumi. No. I don't know.
Hello?
Whatever. What?
Hello.
Jesus. Killer Who, Bobby, what's up? How we doing? Happy Sunday?
Hello.
I'm getting some skips again in the music. And you guys don't hear any crackling or skipping on that, right? It's just me. Just me? It's just me. It feels like when the Firebot's playing things, there's some sounding clean. Yeah, on my end, it's like a little crackle, a little pop, a little skipping. I'm glad it's not in the broadcast, but I don't understand. All right. Hi. Happy Sunday. My Sunday was great. There was no lack of confidence there. Just there was no snack. Crackle and Pop were there. Snap, he got arrested, right? Snap, he got arrested. What is this? Beautiful large factory in the game Satisfactory on an alien planet with beautiful lighting. Is that what that is? Is the beautiful lighting fire? Molnix? Looks like it. Happy Sunday. We had a good Sunday. Woke up, got a little done in the factory, little stuff on the stream. It was my father-in-law's birthday, so went down to his house, hung out for a while, watched a football game, had some dinner. Kids played, had a good time, came home. Kids are all like, all right, I gotta go do this, I gotta go do this, I gotta go do this. Not just like, I'm gonna go work with the kiddo on her Halloween outfit. And I'm like, I guess I'll stream. Today's my birthday, Mushy. Happiest of birthdays to you. What can we do for Mushy on her birthday? Mushy. All right, how about this, Mush? How about a free wheel spin? How about that? It's not for everybody, it's for you. Molix, I put together some of your tips and made a little factory. I drew a hexagon in paint and got inspired from it. Made your barrier tips for 45-degree corners. My interior is boring, but I don't care. Made a good step forward. Thanks to your post. I think I saw what you posted on Discord. It looked good. And especially like your first step towards like not boxes. And like, listen, yeah, it's one of those things that you'll continue to use those tools and tricks, and you come up with your own, and you'll just grow from there. Right? Mush, do you want to spin my wheels? Do you want to spin it? You can say no if you don't want. If you don't want the attention, I'm sure. Maybe you don't. Maybe not. And maybe that's not. That's maybe not. Something that you're interested in. I don't know. But you know what you're gonna have to say though, right? Wait, that's a wheel sin. That's a little different. Happy birthday, Mush. All right, Mush, let's see if birthday luck comes in. Mush, so you have the $10,000 plus another spin. You have $25,000, $50,000, a $50 merch card, a desk mat. You're doubling your bank account, glasses and stickers, graffiti, a taco koozie, a taco hat, VIP for a month, or a walk-on sound. Which one of those, Mushy, are you hoping for? Is there one of those? Is there one of those that's on the wheel that you're excited in? Send me harder. Merch? All right. Well, I got my fingers crossed for you. Okay. Let me push that button right there. Go. You're gonna have to deal with just $50,000 more in your bank account. You don't have a merch item? What is it? Send merch. Is it 50 card. All right, hold on a second. Wait, I'm getting a message from Nacho. She's probably just posting pictures of her grilled cheese. Oh, okay. All right, so she found it. Okay. Hey, more for this. Yeah, 100%. Mush, I got a merch code for you too. Hold on, let me find it. It's in one of these folders somewhere. Did Explorer just crash on the stream PC? That you don't want to ever see. When Windows Explorer goes, I'ma sit down. You're like, oh boy. 50 merch right here. There's codes. Snap this one. Oh god. Mush, where are you? How can I? All right, hold on, I gotta open up another window. No, go back. I'm only happy when it rains. All right, Mush. I just messaged you a gift card code. Mushy, thank you for being amazing. Thank you for always being here. Thanks for being kind to everybody. Thanks for... Just thank you. Happiest of birthdays, Mush. All right, gotta cook some steak. Dingaroony. Nice. Let's see. Mrs. Rads is here. Hi, Mrs. Rads. How you doing? You did it! You did it! What did you do? What did you do? What did you do?
Hey, Vsauce! Massive legend here. But where is here and whose mass is it?
Whose mass is it? Whose mass is it? Bad Dog says, add YouTube link to about section hyperlink thingy. Good shout. I got that. Just have to go to the panels page. You know the other thing I should do? I should get a shortened URL for YouTube too. I don't know where that is. It's not settings, maybe? Manage your channel. Add view advanced settings. Delete channel? No. Count. Because if I'm going to add a link, I want to add a link direct to it. I don't want to... Well, yeah, I'm not looking on Twitch. I'm looking on YouTube how to get a better URL. Because right now I got like the world's longest URL. I think somebody was telling me I can do it. It's not my Google account. Then connected apps, playback and performance.
Hello.
Hey Trench, what's up, man? How you doing? It's not a YouTube Premium. Settings here brings me right back here. All right, under channel status and features. All right, channel status and features seems better. Channel basic info, keywords, advanced settings, feature eligibility, uploads, permissions, agreements, permissions. All right, your channel. Molnix, that's the deal, right? Like, and nobody was born with ability in this game. Everybody's inspired somehow, some way. So I know a lot of people, I've heard it so many times, is like, well, I can't play this game anymore. You guys are too good. It'd be like, I didn't start too good. Started out just like you guys did. I just probably played more. Don't want to create a post. On a content, no. Community, maybe? No. Customization. We're getting closer. Handle, pronouns, description, channel URL, custom URL. Custom URL director. You can use this. Okay. I want to change it though. Learn more on a new way to select a channel URL. Handles overview. All right. This has already gotten too hard. I thought it was gonna be quick. I'll just add the shit one to the current Twitch channel. You just hit 1K hours in Satisfactory, and I don't think I made a single Pretty Factory yet. Yeah, 100%. That's how this game is. All right, where are my panels? Edit the panels, and one of my panels is the social panel. Listen, I love me some YouTube, but it's not the vibe. All right, here are the social links. You get 4 of them. All right, we can get rid of get sauced. Okay, we're gonna say YouTube. And then we're gonna say, this should work. All right, so I do have YouTube / Mr. Taco. Okay, so I do have a shorter one. All right, add that one. All right, and then the other thing I should do is change the URL that's in. Make seven that I figured out what I was trying to do. Thank you for the info. It turns out old Taco already did this. Current Taco didn't know about it. Sometimes I have my shit together. Most of the time not. My channel is... You can get rid of the C. Just YouTube at Mr. Taco. YouTube at Mr. Taco. Would love to change it to just at Taco. All right. Check that link. See if that works for y'all. That link should work. Yep. All right. Okay. Thanks for the summary. Has T-Forces. Do they really?
Of course.
Tenderizing? Are they any good? 4 videos. Ugh. Dog shit.
I have a permit.
14 years ago,
I can do what I want.
they uploaded 1 YouTube clip. Wait, that's not me, is it? No. No. For a second there, I'm like, somebody else take my videos? All right, links are done. Twitch is already linked to the wrong page, so I should link that correctly. Right? Publish. All right, now there should be a link back to Twitch from YouTube, and that should be correct now. All right, I'm going to catch up in chat. 1 second, just checking one more thing. 2 more links. Twitch link Goes right back here. All right. So now if people are on the YouTubes and they want to come check us out, they can. All right. Let me catch up. I think we're both tech guys. But still, if you ever need a second pair of hands for tech with anything tech related, let me know. All right, cool. I appreciate it, man. What kind of technology are you into? No, bad dog. This is fine. This is usually what I do on Sundays anyways, is just mop up all the mess I make during the week. But this week I didn't have anything else I needed to do, and I just wanted to get back in the factory. No, don't ever. If you didn't derail me, I derailed me. You pointed out a problem and said, oh, just so you know, this is something that could be better. And I go, you're right. That's important enough for me to do right now. So I appreciate you. No video for 6 years. Yeah. URL thing is linked to your handle. Yep. YouTube link is at Mr. Taco. Thank you, Mega7. Sea Pine. Nice to see you. Hello and goodbye. Enjoy your lurks. Yeah, so the other thing I was thinking about is like, you know, like YouTube is such a powerful, like you talk to anybody who does like streaming, right? They'll always tell you streaming can't be your only thing. It just doesn't work. You have to have YouTube pushing to your stream. So YouTube is where somebody gets to get introduced to you. Stream is where they get to hang out with you. So everything comes with it, but I dabble with everything. Yeah, but it kind of software, because you could do cloud software, embedded software. You could do native. You could do hybrid native. Savage! What's up, Holmes?
We're good, streaky!
So yeah, help, just let me know where you are. Also, if you guys are not already following the Savage, why is that not? Oh, he hasn't said hi. All right. I'm like, why is it not auto-populating? 021?
Hello.
There it is. If you're not following the Savage, you should go hit the follow button.
Hello.
Did I do it right? Bork! What up, Kutai? How you doing? Happy Sunday. Wild. Where's that shout out? Did it just go into the ether? Is the bot holding it? Who knows? Who knows?
Because he's hacking cute.
There he is. Wait, is that right? I don't remember seeing that emote. Well, I think you were probably Power Wash Simulator. Savage, is that right? I think it's right. That's what happens. You are on Friday. Okay. That's what happens when I don't autocomplete stuff. I double guess everything. I'm only on Twitch because of video from Kibbs. Found him one day after seeing a YouTube video. Then ended up Eclipse, and then I brought you here. Yep. I was a Java engineer first, then a VR developer. And right now I'm web full stack, DevOps, Python, JavaScript, Node. Also learning cyber. Nice. Sweet. All right. Yeah, we run in very similar circles. All right. So yeah, this morning I woke up early, as I do. The house was nice and quiet. I'm like, all right, I'm just gonna go to my room and just putz around on the computer. I was like, what game do I want to play? And I'm like, actually Satisfactory. And so I'm like, all right, fire it back up, clean up some of the mess from yesterday. Just get to the oil. That way, the next stream, all we need to do is start doing refining. And so the stream title today is Day 5 Part 2, or Day 8 Part 2, because I realized yesterday when we streamed, the entire stream, the only thing I did is moved my pipeline a little further down the road. And I'm like, damn, that was an unproductive stream. I had a great stream. It's not a bad stream at all, but I was not productive. So hard to call that a day's worth of work. Guess the things he's trying to sort of thing. You're trying to solve a puzzle, figure out a game mechanic, or just mess around with some crazy ideas. Spill the beans, my dude. But anyway, so this morning I tinked around a little bit more, and I found myself just doing aesthetic work. And I'm like, dude, you got to move the fucking needle, right? Like, your job is to get oil in those pipes, not just to make the pipes look pretty. So we're just gonna jump in. I'll probably do a lot more fucking around because that's what I do in Satisfactory. I don't play to move fast. I try to just enjoy my time. We had a Blandrew Runestone stream. Andrew's really productive. Like, his I know he gets a lot of flack for the size of his factories, but dude fucking moves the needle. Rune Sun, on the other hand, 100% deserved. But that's why those streams are always great, right? The stream was great, not because he made incredible progress, because he had all of his redeems and the things and the basketball hoop and all that sort of stuff. All the things that make you love hanging out with somebody. That's why you loved hanging out with Rune Sun. I just wish we got to hang out with him still. I miss Rune Sun. Yeah, fun chat. You did. He sure did. Fly. Also threw on the 90s. I don't know why. All right. Game capture. Factory games being captured. Okay. Open the scene projector. Yeah, I have the scene projector open. Why is it not playing? Why is it not playing? Kill the scene projector then. All right, capture card. It's gonna be that kind of day. All right, I sent the scene projector to the right scene. I think it's an input side on the stream PC. Give me 1 second to debug, as always happens with every stream for all streamers. You spend at least 10% of your time fixing shit that worked yesterday. All right, we're going to go to the full game scene. You're going to go to the void, but that's okay, because I'm going to deactivate and then reactivate this thing right here. Okay. That did nothing. Turn the green screen on. Green screen worked. What's screen link? Screen link, you should go away. I don't know what you're doing. Okay, capture card again. Configure video. Nope. Deactivate. Capture box. Activate. It's going to be a very short stream if the capture box doesn't work, guys. All right, give me a second. Rebooting capture box. Did I freeze the entire stream? Okay. Camera's frozen. I think audio still works. Full cam. Okay. We'll get there. Raw camera main. Deactivate, activate. Okay, that's back. Okay. We back? All right, let's go to in-game. Okay, well, I rebooted the capture box. Oh, wow. Man in the box, too. I can see... What was that? What was that move? What was that? Try one more time. Screen projector. All right, just hang out here for 1 second. Actually, you can hang out. Can I hang out here? Studio mode. Let me go over to the full game raw. Full game. Deactivate. Save it. Activate. All right. There she is. All right. Yeah, listen, turn it off and turn it back on is always the answer, unfortunately. All right, we can take the camera. We can slide me down in here. We can embiggen. We can lock her. Okay, this scene works. That scene works. This scene. Honestly, I feel like a reboot might be in order. When you get to this level of fuckery, something else is not going to work either. All right, Dog Cam, you're next. I'm going to best you now. Full Dog Cam. Cam link. Deactivate. Okay. Activate. Okay. All right, who else? Who else wants to fuck around and find out? God damn, man. If it's not one thing, it's another. All right. Who wants to fuck around and raise his hands? Do we have audio? That's... let's see. It's being drowned out by audio. Yeah. You know what, Bad Dog? I appreciate you. You waited until all the tech was done and we got into game and then you pushed the button. Bad Dog is a fucking quality individual. Thank you, sir. I don't shout out people like that as often as I should. Bad Dog, whatever you get, I'm doubling it. All right. The smell of fresh cut grass is intoxicating. Too bad the smell is really a release of harmful toxin. My mouth isn't working. B, the cut grass sending out a distress signal. C, bugs being killed between the mower blades. Or D, just a combination of dirt and gas fumes. Guys, 30 seconds. Let's go.
Hello.
Testing different tech. I appreciate it. What up, Scoobs? Hey, Wojo.
Hello.
Turpentine.
Hello.
Rachel-y. Is it Rachel?
Hello.
Rachy.
Hello.
Rachy. I'm just gonna go Rachy. Oh my god, my brain broke. Yes. No. L. I got this. Don't worry. I got ways. The correct answer here is B. Bad Dog, did you get on the board? No, you didn't, but doesn't matter. I'm gonna hook you up anyways. Right after we figure out all right, here.
I don't speak Cantonese, Mr. Well, I'm gonna attempt that.
Yes, Ada, this is where you pipe in. Are you not working too? Did the audio get borked? Oh my god. What the fuck today?
Well, then get your shit together. Get it all together and put it in a
The bot
backpack.
fired that.
All your shit, so it's together.
There was no... I didn't hear a TTS either.
Well, there's your problem.
There's your problem. Right.
Maybe not. Maybe fuck yourself.
Maybe there was audio and it was on the wrong channel. Rachie.
Sorry, sir. Doing my best.
Is that the bot right now doing its best? Rachie, welcome in. Sorry, I had what can only be called a senior moment trying to read your name. It was held in the queue, but there was nothing in the queue. That's the
I have
part.
a permit.
Do you have a permit? Do you?
This just says I can do what I want.
Okay, so yesterday, apologies for just really not getting anything done, but I did.
What country you from? What ain't no country I ever heard of? They speak English and what?
Rachie. You just go with Rachie. Go with Rachie. All right, I got you. So yeah, so earlier today I was like, fuck, I'm gonna make some progress. And instead of making progress, I made a bridge.
Emotional, damn it. You want some therapy? I will send you to Jesus.
I love these new braided cables. These new braided cables are fucking amazing. Sci-Fi! Sci-Fi Trend, hi, welcome in. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Happy Sunday. My name's Taco. This is Sci-Fi Tyran, sorry. Welcome in. You were playing some Cash Cleaner Sim. How was stuff? How's streams? Eeyore Jenkins, welcome in. Wild West Dan says a second. Hello, hello. Everybody, if you don't know who I am, my name is Mr. Taco. This is a charity stream. We stream for the sick kids over at Boston Children's Hospital. Every bit, every sub, every donation goes to make a sick kid's day a little less shitty. Cash Cleaner Sim's a lot of fun. How far into that game are you? Like I was saying, this is a charity stream. We stream to benefit kids, but not for them. It's an 18+ stream. We talk about adult subjects as immaturely as possible all the time. But yeah, we're just here to have some fun and try to help some sick kids. We are doing a giveaway on December 13th. And everybody just came over in the raid. If you said hi in chat, you get 1,000 bank dollars, which is good for one giveaway ticket. And if you would like to get into the giveaway, which you don't need to be here to win either, you can just cash that ticket in right now. Never come back to streaming. You might get a weird message from me on December 14th saying, oh, by the way, yesterday you won a Steam Deck. So all you really need to do is type the word enter space the word Steam Deck. Maybe. You want to type enter space Steam Deck and then the word Max. So welcome in. Also, Dan Streaking. What's up, pal? Hi, Ben. Yeah, so like I was saying, like this morning I woke up and I'm like, oh, let me try to go make some progress in the game. I didn't make any yesterday. And then like an hour or two later, I'm sitting there and I'm looking at this bridge, just staring at it, and be like, oh, I should really do something for this bridge. So I added some braided cable. Probably want to upgrade these to the bigger guys, maybe. Maybe not. Thanks for the extra gift. You're welcome. Oh, no, there was no extra in there, pal. What else? See, what's up, man? Hi, Ben. You are the wrong color. I don't know if I should change the color of those. Maybe. But anyways, I made a bridge so I can cross the divide whenever we want. This is what I did this morning. And then you come down here, you land, and then to get upstairs, you just jump in the hypertube. And that spits you out up here to the platform. That comes all the way around. I built up all these things. Set these all up correctly. I didn't set the pipes up for this yet. These pipes are going to continue forward, but what we're going to do today is we're going to go all the way down this bridge over here that I built. Oh, you know what I should do? No, I don't need a blueprint there. It's fine. It's fine. I was just thinking I should make like a blueprinted, like put in like a light cement pillar for like structure. I mean, we'll do it at some point, but we don't need to do it right now. It's a good reason to make a bridge. Always make a bridge. No, make it 7. We're gonna get oil flowing. Once we get the oil flowing, we can come back. We can fuck around with some more stuff. All right, so before I leave the base, let's just make sure we have what we need. We are gonna need a lot of concrete. We're gonna need 4 oil extractors. We have no iron rod, and we need more iron plates. So, ooh, that is a little fucking danger sauce, honestly. If I somehow miss hitting that walkway, I fly home to my death. It would be better if I shot in this way, but whatever. YOLO. If you provide extra structure to things like the bridge, do they? If you don't, no, they don't. You can build things that float forever in this game, like You just put that there and that will stay there. I don't know who self-respecting Satisfactorian makes sky pancakes that just float around forever and never need to be supported. I don't do that shit. So this is purely aesthetics because I wanted to. I love these new braided cables. They're super dope. So I tried to think of like, how would you engineer something like this? I even thought of just using the frame foundations, but then I thought tying the frame foundation into this thing would be weird. But so it is. It's fine. It's fine. You need a retaining wall, like on the end of that that hypertube. Probably. You feel attacked. Do you feel attacked? Good, because I attacked you personally. I attacked you personally for your lack of realistic physics in a game that does not enforce realistic physics. All right, we said we needed what? Iron sheet, which is right here.
Hello.
Yeah, Shadovin, what's up, man? And then we burned all of our rod inventory. We burned all of our rods yesterday. Can you imagine that? Imagine burning all your rods. I don't need this much cable. I might need this much cable. I need more rods than I need cable. You know what I would love? I would love to get dimensional depots up. You carry like 975 tons of concrete in your pocket. Do you really carry it in your pocket? Like I tried to figure out like the build gun. It's not like you're carrying it physically, all the matter on you. You know what I mean? Banger, by the way. Absolute boss banger. Oh, I tried to. Oh, I just had 2 heart attacks. Going streaking.
We're going streaking! Yeah!
Turtle! What's up, man?
Hello.
Yo, Duca, what's up, man? All right, this is where we got to get real. We got to find the oil, which I know there's some on that island over there, but I don't remember it being covered in noxious gas. Still that far, still another 600 meters that way. So it's those islands over there. Do I re-aim this? Probably. Because last time we came over here, we actually hadn't unlocked oil yet. So we're going to delete. Oh, I'm going to make a fucking shame crate, aren't I? All right, let's make a storage bin over here. Ding dong lurking, you have an exam? What's your exam in? Study well. Probably not the place to be putting this shit. Seeing bees, but, you know, whatever. Oh, you know what else I was thinking? Shame. What shame? Shame. Technology? Oh.
Hello.
What is... All right, you just said, hey, I'm not going to be here. I got to study. The first thing I do, let me distract you. Take those. Take those. Take those. Take those. Okay. The champ is here. What up, champ? For now. Until we get one more stream streak from Joe. All right, we're gonna delete all of this. Oh, toxicology. Oh, God. Imagine reading the whole word. Imagine reading. I can't help you with toxicology. Debatable whether I can help you with technology. All right. So what do we say? Was that island over there? Was that the one? I already forgot.
Hello.
Thank you, Omega. Strombone, what's up, home? Tacocology, help you there. All right, it's a little bit over here. All right, so what I'm gonna do is I am going to take, so I aim this correctly, I'm gonna drop my road barrier down, and I'm gonna aim the road barrier basically right where I want it to go. It's a little dog shit. Okay. Then we're going to put it right on the edge. Hold on. All right. That should get us right there. Hello. All right, give me Shocky, what's up? How you doing? Place a marker and have it highlighted. Actually, that makes a lot of sense. I never use the map that way. I basically even forget these features exist on the map. Yeah, we could go offshore a little bit with it. Add a new map marker over here. And there you go. Trying to figure out your oil layout. I'm about to do the same thing, my friend. All right. What do we say? Two full foundations in. 2 full foundations in. Go sideways. And dip her down. Stromboni, how you doing, man? What's new in your world, huh? Okay. We're gonna have to move all this stuff. Take all. Good. I didn't like the way that was working out anyways. A bunch of bullshit. All right. For now, just go straight at it. What were we off? We're off a full 4 meters. No, it's this edge I gotta line up, not the other one. So I'm just imagining this thing going forward straight and where it would meet. Getting these things to line up is always a little bit of a curse. There is a way. I don't know if it's gonna work, but we try. You can use a beam. Connect the beam to that edge. Go to freeform. Hit that edge. Okay, then you get foundation in there. Right on the edge. It's a little low. It was because the snap point Let me see if I do that again. Can I connect right to this thing? The top of it. So, how can I snap to this? It's the dead center snap point on the beam that I want. All right, we can recreate this one. So if I make a 1 meter, now the problem is this is the center snap point of the 1 meter foundation. This doesn't snap there.
Hello.
Yo, what's up? Think I'm gonna find a tutorial and do a small layout until I understand a little bit more, and then I'm gonna plan a Mega Factory. So you're saying go right to Mega Factory? Yeah, I mean, sorry, I'm thinking about two things at once. How many hours in Game Shocky do you have? All right, how can I get the median of this? I know. See, this is too low. That's too high. I don't think I have the 0.5 foundations yet. No, I do. I have frame floor. That might be close enough. So I'm just trying to center this here, which I think I've gotten. I'm trying to see if this is going to line up that snap point right there. Jay Denton, how's it going? You were listening to this playlist earlier? 900? Oh, you're ready. You're ready. You've got plenty hours to get in there. Okay. A little more left. Okay. Should be able to snap to the side of this thing. Okay. That should give me that. Now this is going to be a little scuffed, but that's okay. We're just going to use the modern railing connected to nobody but you would ever notice that's there. It's bad. It's not great. Is there a difference between catwalks and walkways just visually? Yeah, just visually. It's just a different model. All right, look, we don't need to micromanage this thing. We now have the right angle here. It sucks. I can do better. I can do better than that. All right, let's just get out there with the foundation grid first, and then we can figure out the rest. Which artist today do you think is most like Kurt Cobain? Ooh. All right, let's define Kurt Cobain. I think of Kurt Cobain as being a true artist, meaning doing it for the love of the art, not because they wanted to make a career out of it. Oh, that's a good point, Shocky. Yeah. There are no on the walkways don't have any stair models. Now all we need to do, I have to unfuck myself too. Okay. Thank you, Sci-Fi. I don't know if there is one, but if I had to say, Probably NF. These guys. Now, the reason why is not because it's a similar music style, but I feel like Kurt Cobain's music always had very dark undertones, was about struggles in life, did it for Ren. I was thinking of Ren too.
Hello.
Just really the struggle, right? That's what I see it. Is it? It's tough. It's tough. Tough. What's up? How you doing? It's oh fuck these guys. Fuck me.
Hello.
Yeah. So, anyways, I think he again, not because of. Can I not? Jesus Christ. I can't handcraft. Hey, Dirt Phantom, what's up? Yeah, I just think this guy is unbelievably talented. A musician's musician. Lots of struggle. Now, I can't vouch for the level of character of he's not doing it for the money or whatever have you, but it's what I'm first thinking of. Did you have a thought, Cloud Cover? Kurt had a huge temper. Yeah, I mean, I think he was not mentally well, right? And I'm careful to say, like, I didn't want to say, just say, like, oh, what's a mentally unwell person? Like, that, I think that isn't what made Kurt Cobain great. I think it's just part of his struggle. I figure what we're going to end up doing with this, I was thinking about this a little bit, too. I think right here, these pipes are going to shoot up, and we're going to go up here, and I'm going to put a refinery on a floor over here, but I'm going to give myself a logistic layer as well. So we're going to go up here, something like, not that. Yo, Cedar Rat, what's up, man? All right, let's go get the shit we need. Billie Eilish. Yeah, Billie Eilish. I get that too. I get that too. She's kind of counterculture. Kurt was very counterculture. But I feel like the difference is maybe in the culture at large right now. Kurt was very counterculture and stayed that way. Billie is counterculture and the culture is moving that way. Or maybe it's people have more ready access to her and her music, so it's easier for them to kind of, I don't know. I'm making this stuff up, really. All right, Bad Dog, I appreciate everything you do. Okay. You know, I thought about hopping in the old hypertube cannon. Oh, well, I didn't mean to do it, but we're doing it. All right, we don't need a super launch. This makes it easier to spot. He's been MIA for a while. I don't know what happened to him. I hope he's well, though. All right, this has actually been useful. I can grab all 4 of these things and go right in the front. His music is misunderstood? How is his music misunderstood? I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm trying to understand. has 20K. Nobody has 20K. Yo, so thank you, Tom.
Hello.
Nobody's rich. Nobody's rich. Sterling Archer, what's up, man?
Hello.
Fuck me. Fuck you. Fuck you. Who was it? Who was it? Who was it? Stromboni. Thanks, buddy.
Hello.
Thank you, Stromboni. All right, new tactic. New tactic. New tactics are needed. What can I do? What can I do? I can use my build gun. I can use my build gun, and I can say, all right.
Look at these hacking cuties.
You know what I should do? I should make a okay, I should make, you know what I should make? If they locked in. Yeah, they're pretty locked in. I should make a like a pen. Like a what would you say? Like an animal containment unit. I should make that as a blueprint and just make a big geodesic dome and just drop it on top of them. Why do you have 4 Xenozappers, says Mouse? Exclamation mark rules. When we decided to play this game, we're like, hey, let's try to spice it up a little bit. Let's make this playthrough a little crazier than usual. And we made some rules that said things like, I can't you can't get through there. You can't get through there. That chat can delete my items, my items off my person anytime they want. Okay, okay. So I made one Xenozapper there, and somebody deleted it. So in order for me to survive this mission of tapping into the oil over here, I had to, I couldn't kill him. I have not made any weaponry really at all. I would say this has been a pacifist run without turning on pacifist mode. Maddie Canny, Kylo, yours is bigger than mine. What are you talking about? All right, I gotta catch up. Hold on. What happened to Bad Tank? We talked about that. Nirvana's music. Okay. Toph, thank you again for the sub for 8 months, man. Appreciate it. Make sure to get into that giveaway. Stromboni, delete the item I'm holdings. Thank you very much. Get the Steam Deck. Unless you have a deep 5, songs like Polly and Vape Me were thought to almost be for violence against women and not other sexual violence. Yeah, I mean, I think I'm not gonna say that he didn't have some violence in him, but I would also agree and say, like, I don't think of him as a violent person. You know what I mean? It's like splitting hairs distinction at times, but all right, where are my oil slicks? I may have come too direct. All right, the industrial beams are in the container. We're okay. You still okay, buddy? You still okay? Okay, he's fine. He's fine. He's fine. He wants to be left alone in his sad box. You can stay in your sad box all by yourself. Now, my question is when I walk away, they're going to despawn, and then when I come back, they're going to be there again. Well, I'm just saying, I said he's not, I wouldn't call him a violent person, right? Like, I agree with you. But still, there was violence in him towards himself. All right, they said we needed those. We'll need these. But I agree. I'm not disagreeing with you at all. How have I never read that correctly? I must have assumed it's... yeah, just randomly one day. I just changed it to, to that. Maddie, how are you? Prostate check has been there maybe 2 months, max. All right, did they despawn? And the answer is yes. I mean, I can't do this with him here. How do I get rid of him? I definitely am not going to have the ability to do it with the Xeno Zapper. Ups and downs. I got a lot going on as always, but I'm okay. Good to hear it, man. Well, he's standing right on the foundations. So if I can get this there, I'm just glad I killed the bees. If I don't alert him. Just stay up there, buddy. Stay up there. I mean, it sucks that I did it right there. Does this work? Fuck. Okay, he can shoot through the hole. He can shoot through the hole. Peekaboo. Oh, okay. All right, that is not working. Sorry, come close. Hello? Come closer. Oh my god. There's an alien in your house, says Pocket. Yes, and I can't get rid of him. He's an unwanted house guest. Unlike you, you are a wanted house guest. Pocket, how are you? All right. You just be sad. You can just be sad in there all by yourself. That's fine. Nobody wanted to hang out with you anyways. That's fine. No, cloud cover. That's what we do here. It's fine. That's not an off-topic subject. That's very on topic.
Hello.
What made you think of that, by the way? Bacon! How did I know you were in my house? It smelled good? Oh, fuck. Another big guy? Is there a way? Come on, follow me. Follow me. Follow me. You won't follow me. Oh. You really want to kill me, though. And the pathing says the only way you can do it is by coming up the stairwell. Okay? That's what the pathing tells you. Okay? Now, I don't know if this works, but my understanding is you don't like water. My understanding is you don't like the water. He hated being labeled a hero for sure.
Hello.
There we go. I can't believe that worked. Bakey, how you doing, buddy? How's stuff and things? How's bacon? Pass the doogie to the left side. I have tried Planet Crafter. Yeah, I have. Mimic, how are you? Been a minute. About to smell like pizza because I'm taking you with me to go pick it up. Let's fucking go. What's on your pizza? Well, you're driving. Don't answer. Just enjoy the sounds. That's the first time I picked up alien remains.
Samples of unknown alien species acquired.
Imagine that.
It is
Imagine
unclear
that.
where on the flora or fauna spectrum it lies, but initial data suggests this might be a nest or an egg.
Thank you.
Research the remains in the MAM to establish classification and potential countermeasures.
Insurance is $1,300. Is that for a year? The Fungin is open. Everybody should jump in the Fungin. It is a fun dungeon. And the reason why you want to jump in the fun dungeon is you can find money in the giveaways in the Fungin. Okay, well, that's okay. I can move this. That's okay. It was arbitrarily chosen to be here. Uncle Taco's touchy dungeon? Wow. Wow, I hate that. I love oil power, man. It gives you so much power. Well, yeah, oils. You could do a lot with fuel. There's a lot of different ways you can use fuel. All right, that's two of them. Where are the others? All right, we got that one. We got that one, and then there's one over there. Where's the fourth? Are there two over there? I thought there was 4 of them. Are there 4 nodes here? Arcto, what's up, man? 13 for the 100 for the year. That's not bad. I mean, listen, that's not good, but also.
Hello.
Dermot! Should be nodes straight north. Yeah, are there 4 nodes here, though? I thought there were 4 nodes. I don't know why I thought that. Maddie! There's only 3? Okay. There are 4. Okay. Maddie, thank you for the biddies. I appreciate you. 2 pure. Well, you're alerted, so it doesn't matter. Alright, take maybe one more straight shot, and then I gotta bounce. Grab the nuts. Didn't grab the nuts. Grab the nuts. Take this out. Fuck! Alright. Thank you very much. Who did it this time? Rumi.
Hello.
Are we happy? Are we happy? Are we happy? Oh, Maddie, thank you for the sticker. Maddie, what's new? What you got going on? Last I remember, weren't you going on another holiday soon? Or did you just get back? I forget.
Bullshit.
Bullshit? What's bullshit?
Bullshit.
Little Rad wants to let you know that she lost her tooth. Oh my god. Little Rad getting so big. When did she lose the tooth? Was that today? Was that the other day? What happened? Notice me, senpai. I notice you, Maddie. You beautiful, beautiful bastard. I dropped down to 3 days a week in January. What? Also, weren't you gonna stream a lot in October? Studying weed. Wishing I could be smoking it instead. It's fair. It's fair. Max, you want to come in and say hi? Is Little Rad here? Does Little Rad want to meet Max? Come here, buddy. Come here. All right, Max, you want to come up here? Come here. Come here. Up. He wants a cookie. You're gonna have to come up. You're gonna have to come up. You're gonna have to come say hi. You're gonna have to come say hi. All right, we gotta push the button over here. This is Max. This is Max. He's had a long day. You have all the little ones. This is Max. You a good boy? He's a good boy. He's a very fluffy boy. Right, bud? Right, buddy? All right, he's like, okay. Can we do the other thing? The other thing I like better, because that's when I stand here. He knows when I'm sitting there talking on stream. He's like, no, you gotta come over here. Okay. All right. How many little rads? How many little rads do you have? Max, I might need you to back up a little bit. I might need you to back up. You're all messed up. Here, get your bow tie on. Get your bow tie. 3. All right, you're gonna get 3 cookies. Okay. I would say 3 days a week is a lot. It's fair. All right, here's 1. There's 1. This is for Little Rad 2. Okay, last one. Wait. You have to wait. 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 Okay, wait. You have to stare at it, though. You have to stare at the treat, though. Right here. All right, go ahead. Daddy's name is Max. Is it really? All right, here you go, bud. There you go. Take that. That's all he wanted. That's all he wanted. He wanted to come in. He wanted to get a biscuit. And then bounce.
Stay a while and listen.
I appreciate the follow. Max is the best boy. He's absolutely the best boy. All right. Now, where is the last oil? If there is one more. What is this? How long has this been crude oil? This is a huge pressurizer. Not good. Not good. Not good. Not good. Has that always been there? This guy is jumping like Hunk from that one movie. I have the Blade Runners, which make me jump crazy. That wasn't there when I built the power plant. Yeah, I don't know when they added that. But I know I need to make use of it. Do I have the tech for it, though? We don't have the tech for it. But what I'm going to do is remember it's there when I set up the plumbing. So expect at least 2 pipes from this branch. So I think this is in the... If we're counting our positions, we have 4 pipes here. Okay. Our 4 pipes are... Oh, where are my iron plates? Did I drop them in that bin? What's that big mom? The big tall guy? Oh, he's fine. He's passive. He's fine. He's not angry at all. It's the other guys. I built one into this box over here. He's an angry boy. We'll go knock on his door. Is he still in here? Yeah, he's still here. He's angry. He's angry and he shoots fire. This is a big guy. This is a big guy right here. I can't kill him. I mean, I should be able to kill him, but I can't kill him. All right. We want oil pipe there, oil pipe there, oil pipe there, oil pipe there. Okay. You, sir, if I can make you happen, I want you in this one. I might have to spin you. Mimic, have you not played Satisfactory? That's good. What is this node here? It is a pure. Okay, so I would max a pipe out. Okay, that's one pipe. Okay, number 2 pipe is going to come from here. There's 4 nodes in addition to that. Really? So where's my 4th node? There it is, right there. What is it? It's a normal. We're gonna take it. That's a lot of oil. That's a normal too. I forget what you get from a normal. All right. My thinking is this way, and then this guy can face. It's out production. Oil extractor. We'll come back and we'll delete these. 2 normals equal 1 pure. Yeah. So we'll join these 2. I mean, I may not be able to pipe all this over. Once I extend the pipes, I should be able to. Am I gonna get around this tree? Yeah, I am. What do we do with these guys? We just ignore them long enough for us to steal the oil. Alright, production, oil. Alright. Oh, hi. Yeah, I see you. I see you. Alright, let's do it down here. Sorry, you can't come up here. You can't come up here. It's not... Oh, right in the face. Alright, logistics, piping.
I have a permit.
You have a permit? Where'd you get that?
This just says I can do what I want.
You think you can do whatever you... Oh, now you're both up here. Alright, I see how it is. Give me straight pipe. Alright, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Okay, do I have any nuts? I do. Alright, more nuts. Yeah, I jumped the game dash. That's insane. The player's in the way. I know, I'm the player. Alright, what do I want? I want more nuts. I want these guys to go away. Alright, let's do this. Grab the pipe, put it in the right mode. Clean pipe. Straight mode. Okay, I think it's right down the middle, right? I think I put this down the middle. Pipe too long. How about these nuts? Oh, wait a second. This is going to wrap around the corner. I can move it to the right position then. Okay. Pipe is too long? Oh. Okay, sure is. And chat can delete my item in hand. That is true. They can do that, which has been unfortunate. All right, we got to move this back. We got to move this to the right position. Which is going to be 1 meter off center. Here is fine. Because it's going to join with the other 2 pipes over there. Thank you very much. I'm gonna come back for the vent node. I don't have the pressurizer unlocked yet. We just unlocked oil, so we're still pretty early in the game. But I'm leaving those pipes for later. I'm gonna grab one of those pipes now, I guess. I mean, honestly, I just need to make some plastic to just push the tech tree, but while I'm doing the logistics, I might as well do it all. All right, clean pipeline. That's your position. I did it again, didn't I? Oops. What? Did everybody hear the news about Satisfactory? 1.2 is coming. They haven't given us a date yet, but we should be getting that rather soon. Pipe is too long. God, it's just by a fucking dick hair. They said not this year. Did they really? A pipeline pump useful, necessary for pushing fluids further along horizontally? No. Do they ever stop flowing over long horizontal distances or you need a pump? No. The pumps only make the fluid travel up vertically against gravity. And when you put a pump in, it will tell you how many meters off it is. Oh, that's not straight. Why is that not straight? Straight pipe is not really perfect still. There's still some jank in them pipes. We're gonna have to let that boy out, I'm pretty sure. Before we let the boy out, let's go get... Hi, boy. Let's go get the rest of our oil pipes down here. Fuck. All right, there's another rule in this game. I cannot handcraft anything. Valves don't need power, that's right. What happens during Fixmas? It's like a little mini event where there's new production lines that are available. In order for you to produce the things that are in the production lines, you actually have to like go track down some items in game. It's a neat little event. All right, I should delete these while I'm here, because we're gonna have to hook up power. Yeah, it's a neat little event. They haven't changed it much in a couple of years, so I wonder... It's wild that they haven't done an update in this game in 6 months. The speed of production was faster previously, and I get it. They probably have other games and stuff that they're focused on. But I was hoping for a little bit more production. Console slowed everything down. You're right. And I don't know. I mean, I love the idea of console bringing a lot of new people to the game. I feel like I don't know if anybody here has played it, or I don't think it's been beta tested at all. I just don't know if it's going to be a good console experience. I feel like what we're kind of, I don't want to say forced, but the gameplay just seems really hard to do with a control stick. I don't feel like it's simple enough where Minecraft players are going to pick it up. So I wonder who their audience is for this game. I mean, the best case scenario is that console brings some new life into the game, brings a bunch of new players, and they go, oh gee, I really like this game, but I wish I could use a keyboard and mouse. Oh, I'm just gonna play it on my PC, and then here you go, new players showing up to game. But I could also see that being a frustration for some people. All right, we gotta start setting up the pipelines. Can you do USB keyboard mouse on an Xbox? I'm sure you can. I just haven't heard if those solutions are readily available or it's janky as shit. How do I not have copper sheets? Did I put them in the bin? We shouldn't expect release cadence to be higher in a release cadence. Yeah, right. Where did all my sheet? Well, I just did make a shit ton of pipe. All right, let's run back home. Let's get a bunch of new pipe. Why don't I leave some of this stuff here too? That way we bring more stuff. Leave this. Leave all that. Leave that. Leave that. Okay. They need to make Infinite Zoo part of the core game. Yeah, I mean, I guess if you want that, there's mods for that, Molnix. And don't feel bad about pulling a mod in and playing with a mod. Like, if you know, zooping would make your gameplay better, just add the mod, man. You know what I mean? Like, no reason to like struggle with a game. Keyboard and mouse won't be supported on console. Wow, wild. Yeah, the controllers, it does feel crazy complex. Infinite Zoop around trains has just been a life change. 100%. Yeah. I mean, like, listen, nobody looks at people who play this game and go, what? Oh, you used a mod? Oh, whatever you built is invalid. Nobody says that. Well, all right, I don't want to say nobody. I'm sure somebody says that, but that's not the prevailing attitude anywhere in the Satisfactory community that I've ever seen. All right, we need a copper pipe. We're going to need all the things that are on that build bar. You only say that about my build. It's fair. It's fair. I totally deserved. I deserve all of your hate. As a purist, I've never been upset or discounted somebody for using bot. That's right. Fair blame, I know. Same right back at you, pal. What do you use? Sulfur? Yeah. All right, we need a little concrete. All right, that's good. We gotta get more crystal. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, just make the game fun. We'll take that. We'll take that. Iron sheet. Crystal. I gotta go get more crystal. I mean, I've got enough for now, but barely. Iron sheets right here. I think I meant the other ones that you have used as the pressurized extractors on. Wait, make it 7. What are you saying? What's a vent? Oh, yeah. Vent node, I think, is the pressurizer. Got it. While I think CS did an excellent job of guiding the game they wanted to, but also understand the huge diversity and value of letting people decide how they want to play with it. Yeah. I think they did a great job with the balance. It's so hard to make everybody happy, and there's no way to do it. What I thought was funny is the latest CSS video. They're like, we heard you loud and clear. The fluids don't work right. But like, how long have we been saying every once in a while you just hit something in the game fluid-wise that just mathematically just doesn't make sense? Like how many times have we said, like, never count on getting a full 600 out of a pipe? You know what I mean? They're like, every time we asked about it, they're like, fluids work. We don't know what you're talking about. We fix fluids and then no, I think they changed the way fluid dynamics works in the game. I think they just said, fuck it, we're going to make it work like a belt. Like the sloshing, I think the sloshing, they got rid of that. That would be the smartest thing for them to do. Like, it was aspirational to try to emulate fluid dynamics inside of a video game. Aspirational. Cut that shit out. So sloshing was, if you had fluid, like two machines, say you had a pipe. Hold on a second. See if I can do this. Say you had, do I have machines that need pipes yet? Do I have anything? I don't have any packagers or anything. I should have refineries. Anyways, I'll do it with pipes. Here, I could draw here. Logistics. Now, the thing is no matter what I'm about to tell you, somebody will tell you that's not how it works because it never worked consistently. Okay? Say you had, this was your source pipe here. Okay? Then you had a machine here using some material, and you had a machine here using material from a pipe. This machine turns on. Okay? What would happen is, based upon the way that fluids were devised in the game, if this machine was off, it would pull fluid from this pipe and this pipe at the same time. Fluid dynamics, right? Like suction, it would pull both, right? That means the water and the fluid in this pipe would be sometimes going this way, and then it would turn around and come back the other way. That sloshing going back and forth would change the throughput of these things. And even if you would mathematically had even if you mathematically had enough fluid coming in this pipe, if you had a machine that used 300, say you had this machine use 600, this machine uses 600, they were never on at the same time. They just always turned on and off perfectly. They would never have worked correctly just because of the sloshing. Yeah, I thought it was very smart, but I think what they need to do is like once a pipe has a fluid direction, like lock it. Valves don't fully work. Like how many times have you implemented a valve and been like, hey, this machine needs 240, this machine needs 120, throw valves up on it. This source has enough, but yet nothing worked. So again, like I can't tell you the number of times where like I've gone through a build with a fine-tooth comb, checked all my math twice, 3 times. I'm like, math is right. I don't know what it is. I'm going to delete and rebuild all the pipes, and then sometimes it would work. Aluminum is a great example. I mean, you can get it to work. And if the pipe is full, you get 100% of your setting. Sometimes. But anyways, the Molnix, the prevailing wisdom is never expected you're going to get 600 out of a pipe. Yeah, I would just want a pipe to prevent the... Yeah, so you could throw in a valve here, right? And you could say, I don't have the rubber for it, but you can put the valve in here, but all of the fluid that's on this side of the pipe could get sloshed out. You know what I mean? Like, I can't tell you how many times people just got really, really, really upset while doing aluminum and trying to deal with the byproduct and just said, fuck it, I'm not playing this game anymore. Ani? Oxygen not included. The pipe, yeah, we have the pipe Bible. I think if you just do ! manual, it should show up. Yeah, had more guidelines than actual rules, yeah. How many PCs did they explode? At least 5. All right, we got everything we need. We got everything we needed. Nothing we didn't. All right, we can go back. I don't know. I kind of like my bridge. It's like fluids and Factorio just work. Yeah, you're just baiting. I understand what you're doing. Also, Factorio is a simple game made for simpletons. I can say it. I can say it. How's your flat factory? Boring, lame, uninspired. Okay. Factorio is a game that only has 2 dimensions. I mean, listen, I know it's a great game. I've played it, right? Hot takes with Taco. You're all here for the hot. I don't know how to say that. My mouth doesn't make those noises. Kaiser throws shade. He likes. Thank you, Kaiser, for farting on my face. I appreciate you. Molnix, there is nothing wrong with Factorio. It's a fantastic game. It has a lot of things going for it, and the number one thing it's going for is it inspired this game. I don't think Satisfactory gets made if Factorio doesn't exist. So you have to appreciate the game on that merit alone. Kaiser, I appreciate you. Thank you, bud. That's true. Factorio is the father. All right. Okay, let's go. I went all that way and I didn't get any pipe.
Well, then get your shit together. Get it all
It's so deserved. It's so deserved. It's so deserved. That's what I get. That's what I get for using. I did mess up. I did mess up. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna drop all this stuff in a bin because I don't need it, and I'm gonna go fill my inventory of pipes. I come back, no pipes. Oh, no Dixper? Yeah, I can turn it on. I just forgot. All right, while Dixper fires up, I'm gonna use the little boy's room. I'll be right back. You guys stand up, stretch your legs, grab a snacky poo. Give me 3 minutes. We'll be right back. Remember to before you leave, make sure to dump all of your taco dollars into the giveaway. I can actually, I can't leave us on the giveaway scene. Well, I could. Why not? I don't give a shit. I'm gonna leave us on the giveaway scene. If you're at all interested in the Steam Deck on December 13th that we're giving away, come over here to Twitch if you're hanging out on YouTube. And type !enter space Steam Deck and then the word Max. Okay, give me a minute and I'll be right back. Okay.
Hello.
Okay, back. It's gonna be a minute before everybody's off on break. How about Max gets another cookie? Max wants another cookie. Little scamp. You little scamp. You gotta fix your bow tie. You gotta be a professional. Did I wash my? Of course I washed my hands. On the dog. I just wet my hands in the toilet and then I just pet the dog. That's how you wash your hands, right? What do you guys, how do you guys do it? How do you guys do it? High five. Do you want this cookie? Do you want one of these? Or do you want one of these? Which one? Which one? You must choose. Which one? High five. High five. This one? Okay. There you go. Nice pick. You need to use the bidet to wash your hands? What is it for? Dan, catch you later, pal. Thank you for being there on YouTube, watching it. Appreciate you. How's YouTube doing? Not really. He pieces out so quickly. Well, those cookies he likes to take to his bed and sit on his bed and chew them and enjoy them. The other ones he just scarfs them down. Get a quick drink. All right. We're back. We're back. Everybody should be back. Here's a trivia question. Now remember, you can only answer these if you're on Twitch. What is the occupation listed on Al Capone's business card? Was it A, preacher, B, murderer, C, gun collector, or D, used furniture salesman? You got 30 seconds starting now. Brother, ew. You're in the YouTubes.
Hello.
Hi, Coran. What up, Nub? Max, why are you so all over me tonight? All right. The correct answer here is D, used gun dealer. Nice. Hello, Mexican hot dog. Okay. Okay. Wild. Wild. All right. We had to go all the way back to town. So I didn't know tonight if I was just going to play Farthest Frontier or Satisfactory. I'm like, Tuesday usually is a Satisfactory day. So I'm like, maybe I should do Farthest Frontier. But I don't know. Any more alien drowning? No. What's Farthest Frontier? It's like a colony builder. I played it when it was in demo, and I really enjoyed it. And it's 1.0. No, he's being boring. I'm doing the best I can. If I'm boring, it's because I have a shit personality. From Crate Entertainment? I don't know who makes it. It's not Hooded Horse. If? Yes, Mega7, you're correct. Yeah, Trench Canary, it's a good one. If you're looking for one. Alright, just go get copper and don't squirrel. Buttons? Buttons should work. Did buttons not work? Oh, it did. Okay. You gotta remember, I don't see any of the bot. I don't see my own chat window because it makes so much noise. It makes it hard to read. You actually have more permission over at YouTube. I'm just gonna take all the pipes. Don't need that many pipes.
Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna try to establish a sheep farm.
Are we though?
Right, because at the end of the day, you can take sheep and fuck them.
Pocket? What are you hell yesing? Yeah, I'm streaming to YouTube now. This is the second time I'm doing it. If anybody can go over to YouTube, drop a subscribe, which is their version of a follow. That will really help me out. Bravo Dog, what's up? I'm an equal opportunity platform troller. You can give me a harder time over here. Can you? Under your real name? Wild. While you're using your actual name. Actually, I don't know if you can. There's nothing you can... like, YouTube is a little bit... like, none of the commands work. You don't know how to fix it? Alright. Dad Virgin. What up, man? Thank you. Alright. Okay, take some of those. Drop some of those. Take some of those. Some of those.
Hello.
Never Dead Virgin. Oh, you're good. Took a couple reloads to get the chat to work. What does that even mean? Yeah, you should probably just make a new YouTube account for Pocket Ninja. Google makes it pretty easy to switch your profile. Yeah, I mean, you can just have different browsers that are logged in as different users. Okay, need more iron sheet. We should be good. All right, build mode should auto connect. It was auto connecting yesterday. Well, there's nothing to auto connect to here. Okay. That's fine. All right, and remember to walk through it before putting it down. Okay. It sticks in the ground, push it forward till it stops connecting. Pull it back, walk through. Wait, hot sauce shot? What are you talking about? Past 300? That's awesome. Thank you. God, auto-connecting blueprints. Like, used to do these things, like, back in my day, pre-Zoop. Shit. Pre-Zoop, you would have to do all this by hand. It was insane. Every click, every foundation. You're connected. You're still burnt out from doing it manually? Get everything handed to them. Kazo Tova! It's pre-Zoop still makes your hands hurt? Yeah. Remember we used to do things like you'd have to go eye level with the foundation and then just click the mouse a ton and build it all the way up to you? Yeah, blame the keyboard, not the fingers. This is so easy, like... I didn't want to remove all, but I guess we did it. You guys have far less channel points than I thought you did. You still do the rapid clicking sometimes? Yeah. I got you, pal. Here you go. Once a plane is airborne, the captain is your master. In fact, the captain of a plane is legally allowed to do all of these except A, handcuff people, B, take the last will and testament of a dying passenger, C, write fines, or D, confiscate carry-on luggage for any reason. Guys, you have 30 seconds.
Hello.
Chief Harry, what's up, Holmes? Hi, Willow. Willow, shouldn't you be sleeping? Hi, Willow. All right, correct answer here is the correct answer is D. He cannot confiscate your carry-on luggage for any reason. All right, correct answer D.
Hacking cuties.
That's a Willow. If you guys are hanging out here and you're having a good time, imagine a streamer who was kinder and more entertaining and just all around a better person. Okay? Then what you can do is just go hit the follow button on Willow, and that's that. Confiscate as in taking, yes. Okay, now I'm just realizing we don't want them on the floor. That's okay. We just have to transfer, go up. I can't really back these up anymore. All right, that's a middle right here. Sean Cray! Oh, come on. Can you for a second? Just come to the window. Just come to the window. I'm right here, pal. I'm right here. You see me? Come over here. All right, good. Now I can build my blueprint. What are you making? Yep. Sure thing. We are doing logistics for oil. So out here, these are the oil fields in the far western region of the map. There's a lot of oil out here. Not a lot else. So they make you do this pilgrimage to go get your oil. And so what I'm doing is just setting up the pipes. These are the pipes going all the way back to my base. It's a far away. That's the entire map. The entire map, it goes further out here for sure. But we're easily covering 20% of the map. I went into some purple place and found bees. They were not friendly. You do not want to fuck with bees. You went to the purple forests. Maybe the purple, was it pink or purple? There's a map. There is a map. You have to unlock it. Oh, Willow. Willow just started her satisfactory journey. Please go hit the follow button. You will enjoy spending time with Willow. This is a bad guy. This guy right here, very bad. He's very dangerous sauce. Willow is a satisfactory nub. Yeah, I think she started playing last week. The fourth pipe will be later when we unlock the pressurizer. Yeah, we joined those two together. And then that pipe's a pure. So that's 2 full pipes. This pipe, I think this is a normal. Oh my god, a drunk monkey built this thing. Wow. Wow. That's some terrible satisfactory right there. Oh my god, there are so many forests. And all of the biomes have different, I'm going to say challenges. Sometimes the challenges, the resources are, the terrain is very hilly and having to move, trying to put a factory in it's very hard. Sometimes there's a lot of really dangerous enemies. Sometimes the resources just kind of not great. Sean Cray, I'm doing great. How are you? All right. That should be straight. That looks straight. We got to get power out here. We don't have power out here yet. Yeah, well, I call it the pink forest. I don't call it the red forest. Well, do we let this guy out? No, we got to get power through here. I'm possibly going to switch off the 90s playlist unless somebody's into the 90s. Where's my, the floor to the west of the blue crate is mostly purple. Most of the challenges this game is self-imposed. Yeah, I would agree with that. All right, how do I get in here? All right, that worked. Willow, I'm sure you have 1,000 questions. Ask whatever questions you want. Do not feel like in any way, shape, and form you should hold back. Willow, how far have you made it? I guess, what is your objective? Your objective is really kind of what sets your level. I can answer them wrong. I could answer them wrong or right, and you wouldn't know. Did the camera switch its auto balance again? Yeah, why does it keep switching that on? Phase 1, okay. I think I need to build a hypertube cannon up here. It's out of sight. 2.01. What's that? That's about right. Guess we want to go home. Ada is a big meanie. Yeah. Her methods are definitely questionable. The man provides. That's right. The man provides. How to stock power poles. Couldn't describe it. What do you mean when you say stack power poles, what do you mean? She called you a dumb human? Yeah, oh yeah. She is an intelligent AI. But then every once in a while she'll give you like a little compliment and you'd be like, oh yeah. Stack power poles? Why would you stack power poles on top of each other? Toxic relationship? Oh yeah. Did you mean conveyor belts? Oh, you want to take a hover pack up high. Oh. I don't have a hover pack. I don't think you can do it without a hover pack, right? I don't have a hover pack technology. You guys won't let me have it. All right, I guess we just switch to we'll never use this area. Well, I literally, I don't even have them unlocked. This game would be too much work. Yeah, no, I totally get it. I would say that in general, it doesn't feel like work. Work is, work to me is effort with no enjoyment. There is effort here, but with enjoyment. And the enjoyment comes from automating systems and tools and stuff like that. But I totally get it. Oh, hi, guys. Have you met any of the fluffies? I assume you've met some fluffies. Yeah, you know, listen. Nobody would say you should play like this. I mean, does Willow have a hover pack already? She doesn't have a hover pack. She just finished phase 1. Which are the fluffies? There's a few varieties of them. They don't give me weapons either, Willow, just so you know. Wasn't that one over here? Yeah, this guy right here. Oh, Jesus! Oh, fuck me! Yeah, that guy. This is a big one. This is a big meanie. Whoa, shit. He's angry. This is a big one. They come in different varieties. There's like baby ones and big ones. This one's a super angry one. This I would probably say there's ones that are even meaner than this one. There's all different varieties. I don't know if this one kicks rocks. He might. I don't see him doing it. Yeah, you can boop him to sleep. You can boop him to sleep if you want, but it's tough. Yeah, the timing was great. The alpha fluffies do not. Well, yeah, there's different varieties of the fluffies. All right, these pipes should all have oil in them. You're full. You're full.
Hello.
You're getting full. Voxel, hi. How you doing? And then you got these guys. These guys are extra mean. Why are they still orange? Yeah, that's a good question. You just hit it with your car? Yeah, you know what? I haven't made a truck yet. I should make trucks. Is there a summer slip over here? What's in you? I made a shame crate. Where'd I make a shame crate? Where'd it pop up? There's no way I had... Oh, maybe. There was an empty spot in there. Alright, do we release the hog? Do we release the alpha, the spitter? I say we do. You're free, buddy. You're free. Have fun. I know, you're confused. You're confused, and that's okay. Alright, now these should just be filling up with oil. I wanted to test them. Ah, shit. This pipe is empty because we haven't filled it yet. Whoa, 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 whoa. You son of a bitch. Thank you. Thank you. I've never used a summer sloop. Oh, you'll use them. They're amazing. You want as many summer sloops as you can get. I would just put it that way. Just anytime you see a summer sloop, get it. Thank you, Geeky. I can't wear a gas mask. That makes this game fun. Anything in here I need to keep? Yeah. Oh my god. Auntie Kai! 9 p.m. gonna go to sleep. All right, Kutai. Catch you later. Thank you, buddy. Everybody coming on Auntie Kai. How you doing? My name's Taco. Everybody here, that's Auntie Kai. She's known for a lot of things. She's incredibly kind. She's very pretty. She plays a lot of fun video games. That's about it. That's about it. Auntie Kai, how are you?
Yo, Auntie Kai, show me your tits. I don't know who that's for.
I'm known for this. Auntie Kai, welcome in. Everybody here, if you don't know who I am, my name's Taco. This is a charity stream. Believe it or not, we stream for the sick kids over at Boston Children's Hospital. Every bit, every sub, every donation goes to make a sick kid's day a little less shitty. Auntie Kai brought you all here for a reason. We have a giveaway going on December 13th. We are giving away a Steam Deck. Okay, so this is, you can play your video games like in a portable fashion right from your Steam account. I literally have people say, are you Taco's boob auntie? Yep. Yep. If you are at all interested, you don't need to be here on December 13th to win. If you want, all you need to do is go to, I have to go to, you don't have to do shit.
Goodies hacking cutie.
You just have to type the word enter, put the word space in there, type the word Steam Deck, and then type the word max, and that would take all the money out of your bank account and put it into the giveaway. We're going to be adding some more prizes over the next couple of weeks. That's North America only. I just want to make sure that's clear. I'm only shipping that to North America. If you're outside of North America, I can't guarantee that you will get it. If you win it, we can talk about it. Molnix is asking, I reach aluminum. Do you think I should ask? Find out on your own. What does Molnix want to know? Oh, you've never used a summer sloop. It's not tied. Yeah, the summer sloops aren't tied to any production line. Auntie Kai, if you need to raid and run, take care of yourself or others, please go do that. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much for that raid. I appreciate you. We're playing Satisfactory 2. We were just trying to figure out which of these items do we want to take back to the base. We should do some research on those animal parts. Raid and run. Do it. Do it. I appreciate you. Yeah, summer sloops, they're a technology tree in the game. They do a lot of things, but most notably they help increase your power output. So you could take a coal plant like the one we have and you could boost it by 10, 20, 30% if you wanted to. But you have to toss them in the MAM. You have to do the research. Yeah, then you can also just use them to just double outputs of machines. So say a machine is making 20 iron plate, you can put a summer sloop in it, and now that machine, without using any more resources, is making 40 iron plate. All right, oil pipes to here. Did we power these up? These got powered up too. So we are 100% done with all of our resource acquisition. Now it's just a matter, yeah. What up, Mr. Donut? How you doing? Everybody, Donut's my brother. Donut, what's up, man? How you doing? I get a spicy question? All right, but you're gonna get a spicy question too. I don't know if you know what you're doing around here. You got to phase 3 for the first time. Congratulations. All right, spicy question be damned. Here are the spicy questions. Full of grilled cheese and tomato soup. I'm new here. The spicy question is this one. It says, if we needed a fun, safe word during sex, what would you want it to be? This one's easy. It's our safe word around here. Pickle dildo. There's no reason why you would ever yell the word pickle dildo unless it was your safe word. So that's our game safe word. Can somebody run ! Pickle for me? I yell pickle dildo if we're playing a game where spoilers are on, and I don't want you to tell me the answers to questions. No, that's different. That's different. That's poking me with a pickle. I know there's a lot of pickle talk around here. It's okay. How come pickle didn't work? One day Bacon will make me a grilled cheese and let me eat his maple. Whoa, 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 whoa. No permission. What if you were in possession of a pickle dildo? Yeah, I mean, that would be weird. Not weird. Yeah, please help. That's usually when I want to know the answer to a question, but we're playing a game with spoilers. Sometimes I'll ask myself questions just in the practice of talking. So not supposed to answer them until we use a safe word. Pickles are not a safe dildo option, says you. All right. I want to build these pipes from the bottom to the top. Anything's a dildo if you're brave enough. That is true. Oh, what? What are we doing? Why are we having that happen? Are you in the right hole? You are. It's so hard to tell when they do that. Oh. Thank you for the chickens, Kaiser. Is that your safe word? Kaiser, thank you for the biddies. Appreciate you, brother. It's a donut. It's a donut. You know, I never thought of me putting these too far apart that I wouldn't be able to run a pipe across them. I'm glad that it's not too far. wait, if you use a bottle, hey, listen. Do what you want. Your body. Why do I feel like I'm forgetting something? An idiot sandwich. Aw, damn it. How does that even happen? Alright, we gotta be on curve mode now.
Hello.
Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna try to establish a sheep farm. Right? Because at the end of the day, you can take sheep and fuck them.
You shouldn't, though. You should. Hey, Real, what's up, man? How you doing?
So you're wearing this outfit, the sheep never see you coming.
Okay. Alright, that's what. That's wild. That's wild. That's wild. That's uncalled for. That's uncalled for. Real, what's up, Holmes? How you been? Alright, just realizing can't do this. I have to move this power around. Oh my god. Debating on making a life-changing decision. Ooh. Oh my god. What is happening? Who pushed me? Who pushed me? Why did I just lurch forward like that? Are you talking about it? Are you talking about your life-changing decision? Does that water move you? Successfully moved. Successfully almost finished. Don't worry, this water does not conduct electricity. I've had a crush. Dave broke up with a boyfriend, not actually married, of 10 years. A couple months of debating if I should make a move or not. I think you should just be friendly. Just be friendly. I don't know what you consider making a move, but she might be in a situation where she might need a little space and time. 10 years is a long time to be in a relationship. You could be friendly, but have no expectations. You know what I mean? She probably needs a friend more than she needs anything else. You know what I mean? All right. I don't know. That's my advice. Not the jazz for it. Okay. Guys, we're about to have oil back at our base. And more water. We can double our power output. I see orange. Yeah, there is orange in there, huh? Just grab this thing.
Hello.
Cognar, what's up, man? How you doing? All right. Are we better? I mean, technically, those should have been blue. Would that echo? Got a problem with that. This girl I love for a long while. Not just being with her makes me happy. Just even how I'm getting lunch. Just hard to be. Yeah, listen. That's good, but also the only thing I'll say is, oops. That could be a lot for her to process. So I would just I'd be slow with that information. Do you know what I mean? It's beautiful, beautiful orange. Yeah, you're gonna be, yeah, 100%. Yeah, don't wait, engage, but just have low expectations. Just, oh no, I gotta part all these up? Oh man. That definitely is too long of a stretch. There was at some point, oh man. How am I gonna fix that?
You done messed up, Aaron.
All right, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna colorize this pipe so I know where this should go. Now I just need to put the pipe holders there to make the pipes. I'm probably gonna need more than one, honest. All right, first let's delete. It's the one that was at the center. Got it. All right. Maybe we still keep it. I don't know. Well, can't really have it if you want to walk around in here. We now have snap points. I have to get back up there. Ladders, probably. Mercury Vapors, 50 streams. After spending 3 hours stop work, I have finally optimized my plastic and rubber vac to be 100% efficient. Does that mean that all machines are green 100% of the time and they never back up? Is your power line completely flat?
Hello.
GMS, what's up? How you doing? Mercury Vapors, thank you for the stream streak.
We're good, streaky! Yeah!
GMS, how you doing? Welcome in. 100% machines all the time. Yeah, Bad Dog brings it up too, right? Like, but you know, you just open yourself up for an early rejection that way. But I think always being transparent with your intentions is good. Why is it doing that, huh? Huh? I don't see this going poorly at all. Pipe is too long. Pipe is too long. Oh yeah, you can see it just by a smidge. Wonder if that's it right there. Just one nudge closer. Yeah, I just hate for the jump into rebound relationship. I mean, that's why I say be present, but be a friend. And then if she starts talking about like, oh, I'm still interested in another boyfriend, but I don't know, I was talking to this other guy, then you run the risk of being friend zoned. You know, that's when I would make sure your intentions were clear. How am I gonna get this last one on? Am I gonna have to walk on the cable? No shot. Alright, can I? Alright, it gets all the way over there. Perfect. Alright, good. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Mushy, appreciate you. Yeah, it's tough. You have to read the room, right? Yeah, good luck, man. It's never easy. But like I said, just be a true friend. And know that it's tough. It's tough being rebound. Alright, what's the likelihood there's any oil at all in these pipes? That we haven't fucked up a connection somewhere. 50-50?
Hello.
All right, let's see. Oil? No, that didn't have any. Oh boy. Oh no. There's a bridge out somewhere. Yeah. Nope. You thought you could only have one awesome stick at a time? Still nope. Still nope. Still nope. Oh yeah, the churn section all the way down here, the little churn. Yeah, it might be. I shouldn't need a pump. Still nope. And you were right. Looks like there's also something else going on over there too. There's your problem. No, this pipe is not. Yeah. All right, good. I appreciate that follow. Welcome in. Follows are anonymous. If you want, say hi, and I'll put money in a bank account, a taco bank for you that you could use in one of our giveaways. Willow says, after playing for a few hours, I realize it's important for efficiency. Well, what's efficiency in your book? Define efficiency. Hi, give me money. Wild. Yeah, more than other factory games, I would say, like, there's a little bit of math in this game. Like, they want you to understand how much each machine makes. They want you to, like, pay attention to those sorts of things. Need more than one smelter per miner. Yeah, you gotta, like, and then, like, all the rates of everything change too. You know what I mean? Like, you'll get new logistics, and then all of your factories need to upgrade. So I would say, Willow, early, don't make anything too concrete. Keep everything loosey goosey. You know what I mean? Yeah, use the sink a lot. That's good. Oh, we have oil. Wait, no, it's zeros. Well, we don't know we have oil. I thought I was looking at this, I'm seeing black, and I'm like, there's oil in there. You know me, finger. I just want to see oil up here before I move away from here. I think we need ladders. I like the ladders on these things. Smart player plus a sink is a win. Alright, so it says we have crude oil. It's just not here yet. It is a very long way to pump. So I think it's just going to take a while for the oil. Like, every tube, every pipe, like, this is 73 cubic meters of oil, right? This one is 54.4. The pump has to pump every one of those storages up. It's just going to take a while for it to get here. The fact that it says crude oil, I think, is enough for me right now. probably see oil on the bottom before you see it on the top. Well, it's gonna get to both locations, right? Let's put a ladder over here too. Now I'm sad I destroyed all of the fauna over here. There used to be a bunch of great trees over here. It'd be beautiful to have. I actually might go into the save file and restore them. All right, this, I think I got to delete all these. I saw that. All right, we're gonna start at the top. We're gonna do it from the bottom, start at the top. I thought I saw that some pipes were deleted. The bottom pipes. To paradise. I like the new curves. They feel like gradual and smooth. The old curves seemed a little janky. Oh, am I doing the dumb thing where the pipe is rounding around to itself again? Probably. No, okay.
Bullshit. Bullshit.
What bullshit? What bullshit? What are we talking about? Wait. I want to plant trees. I feel like a horrible person. Yeah, that is unfortunately not possible in the game. But also, you're just fulfilling your duty.
What country you from? What ain't no country I ever heard of? They speak English and what?
Yep.
English, motherfucker, do you speak?
I mean, barely speak it. All right, now we only have the bottom pipes figured out, but we're going to connect them again. That way the water starts to flow back to the power factory, which is important. And then in about 2 days' time, I'm going to have to go upgrade every one of these pipes to a Mach 2. Redeems are very quiet. Okay. Is it music too loud? Nope, music is not too loud. Aeroplane.
What country you from? What ain't no country I ever heard of? They speak English and what? What? English, motherfucker! Do you speak it? Yes.
Is that better? Is that better? Did I check the but for? I'm not too sure. What is a but for? Thank you very much for the production quality note. It's for pooping. Thank you. Thank you. All right, I gotta figure out what the fuck I'm doing. All right. We gotta come to Factory Jesus, guys. We gotta come to Factory Jesus. All right, here's what's happening. All right, we are about to add levels to this factory. I am going to add another level above this one. All right, so let's just rough it out, okay? I think we are not going to. We can cut some of these. We can cut some of these container stacks down. I think we need a ceiling here, and then from here, logistic layer. Okay. And then that will be... Well, this one's actually going to be taller because it's going to have refineries. I don't know what the height is. Okay. I'm just evaluating if I did this height in combination with the power, because this is all going to get enclosed. Okay. So this is the floor of the power factory. It doesn't really align. If I were to come down just 4 meters. So it's 8 meters down. I don't think I could do 8 meters. I don't think 8 meters down is possible. That means there's going to be a mismatch in the heights of these two buildings. I have to check the top here to make sure refineries fit up there. I think they do. Now, it's a very large, sprawling, wide factory. Once we put this level on it, there's absolutely no way I would need any more factory size. I mean, I could do something where this is kind of glassed off, right? Because we want to keep the... I'm making up factory lore here, but the smoke from all the generators, we want to try to keep it out of the production floors. So I can kind of like glass this building in, right? And it actually could be kind of cool, right? If we were to make it... This is the logistic layer, and not all the time do I keep the floor on the logistic layer. But we could have a walkway system, which was at this height. So from a tourist perspective, we could have in here. What would I do? I would probably do like a 2-meter basic wall. Then I can slap in hex tile. Right, usually we only use a hex glass when there's like possibility to damage the glass, so it's reinforced. My main, all right, what is my main consideration here? Just making the factory too big. Was there ever a time where I said this factory is too big? Probably not. Probably not. All right, then my other consideration is, am I too high right now? Not from a weed metaphorical, metaphysical conversation. Just from like, hey, I mean, here, one of the problems that I have with this factory right now is I can't automate anything because most of this factory right here is right on the ground. So it's really hard to send belts from one section to the next. But if we had a logistic layer here, I could send logistics up. So instead of storing all this concrete up here, I could just pipe it over somewhere else. Yeah, we're still in the 90s. I should probably change it. All right, last check. Let's make sure we can fit a refinery up top. We can't stand on this. That's wild. Gotta be cool to have a jetpack. I don't know if I have the right items in my inventory. But if we can fit a refinery up here, I think we're done. Logistics, production, refinery. All right, refinery sticks out the top. I do like it sometimes. Right? Because we could use a combination of ceilings up here. Well, we didn't get all the way up. But I mean, the cool thing about this is like the exhaust from any refineries would be on this on the roof. All right, I think we're good. I think it's, and I don't need to make the height of the entire factory this. Most likely, what I'll end up doing is I'll end up deleting most of this stuff here, extending this on top. Maybe throwing some sort of curve this in like that. Get a nice gentle curve going around here. This is all biomass. We can delete that. This can all move. Basic iron production down here. Basic rods and ingots. This is concrete. We do probably need to build out Caterium. So we have this Caterium node right here. So computer systems are basically a mix of copper and Caterium. So copper is over here. So, all right, the other thing I need to figure out is fluids. So if I think... If I think this is my logistics layer, one of my primary logistics systems I need to figure out are these pipes here. Oh, okay. Okay, we're going down. We're going down. We're going down. Now, is the piping external to the building? Yes, because over here we would want to run these pipes. The water is for these guys over here. So we would probably end up changing from an underfeed we would split out right here. I can split out, put a wall. I can split out 4 of those pipes here. This would continue on. And I would delete all this stuff here. This is all temporary. I would delete this stuff right here. Right here, we can put in another series of coal generators. How much did I back off here? A little bit. Maybe like that. Yeah. So we'll put in another series of coal generators there. Okay. So how does the fluids in the front of the building interact? Out of concrete. Do we want to sketch it real quick? Why don't we sketch something? Sorry for the flashbang. Get out the Universal Paint program. All right, so front of the factory, we have a giant rail that goes up. We'll have another wing over here to the right side. We're thinking we're going to add like a shape to that wing. Maybe it's a curve, right? This, I think, should be recessed a little bit. All right, so then we have floors. Is the curve adding anything, or is it just making it more complex? I was wondering if the front of the factory does like some angular bow out. Do you know what I mean? Like some sort of like shaped glass object. Same over here. This is a lot easier on pen and pencil. What is cool about this? Well, we could put like some sort of LED behind it, and then the pipes going up, you'd see some of the light through the pipes. This is just a starter factory, yeah. I guess, what is the footprint of this thing? We have, let me, what is the footprint, right? So we have the power factory. Where are my brushes? We have the power factory in the back. Okay. We have a main bus area. This over here is compacted coal. Right? This is steel over here. Actually, steel is back here. We have ancillary production. So this is iron. Okay, what is this area for? Okay, that's one level. The level below this doesn't exist because it's ground. Under compacticle, there's nothing. Under this, so level above. So over here in the front, right now on this floor, this is copper. This over here is the hub. And then there's, over here, there's ingots. Copper ingots are over here. So that's one floor. I think what I'm trying to do is, in my head, I'm trying to keep this area here open, this area here open, and this is where the pipes are coming in. So what I'm really thinking is that there's, on this floor, there's an area here where the pipes come up. So the pipes are coming up here. Okay, so this is first floor. All right. This is second floor. Right. This is still the same. Now, there's just a lot of space above them. We may use that. Up here, what we really want here, so it is kind of squarish. We should check the dimensions. So here, this should be Caterium. Right? This is going to be computers. Okay, then over on top of this, we will do heavy modular frames. All right, where's plastic? Where's our refinery going? Do we have to do the refinery up in here in the second floor? I mean, I think there's a lot of space over here and over here. Computers, we're not going to need too much.
Hello.
But we're going to need a lot of plastic and rubber. What do you do when all underwear is in the laundry? So, Gims, I have first string underwear and second string underwear, right? First string underwear are my favorites, my day-to-days, right? Gims, 165 streams.
We're going streaking! Yes!
You're replacing the CC with oil power? No, bad dog. Well, you bring up a good point. What are we doing with all this oil? I mean, one pipe would be enough for all the plastic and rubber we would need. We have 3 other pipes. So the whole thing is the hot sauce build, the hot sauce bottle build. I for a hot second I was just like, do we just put the hot sauce bottle here? Do we go from a square to a circle? We can have the same footprint. You know what I mean? So if we look at the tech trees real quick. Which one's the right one to use? Is it Wiki? It's not Fandom. It's the Wiki GG, right? This is the updated one? Fandom's a shit site? Yeah. So here's where we are. This one. Yeah, we can rip out plastic pretty easily, plastic and rubber. What level do we get to here on this factory? I say we get all the way up to heavy modular frame. Computer. Do we do aluminum here? Because we're going to need aluminum for batteries. I think we got to get through aluminum here. I think we could get through aluminum and make batteries here because there's 2 sulfur nodes here. I think we got to make batteries here and we got to have a drone battery delivery. I think that's what this factory is. But then why all the oil? We got to do radio control units, fuse modular frame. That might be our limit. Turbo motors, I don't think we get to turbo motors here. We do have aluminum. We have bauxite nearby. And we just brought in all this water. So we could switch from coal power to a fuel generator plant and then use the water to make aluminum. You got to remember, this is... Oh, we're... whoa, boy. This one. You got to remember, we got the randomizer, right? The randomizer has put bauxite right at our toes. I think this right back here is bauxite, right? You got a pure bauxite right here. So we could do aluminum here. We have bauxite. We have sulfur, 2 sulfur nodes. We have uranium. Oh my god, Dan. Good morning, Dan. Nice to see you're awake.
Hello.
And here we have, what kind of node? Impure Caterium. That's not great. That's not great. Hold on a second. PR. Thank you. It is a square. The thing to note, you don't really need that much. You need a little bit for computers, but not a ton. So,
hello.
Hey, Nightblades, how you doing? I didn't block any Mariah Carey blurbs. I did not block any Mariah Carey blurbs. I contemplated doing. You see that? You see that? The big flap right there, going right over our factory. We got to make note of that. Does he fly through it? He does. Okay. All right, couple things to note. First, this thing right here, the power factory is more square and has a lot of height on top of it. We can come down the front here. We could definitely use more of this space. It's my song! Do you wish you were a bit taller? All right, so... How tall are the coal generators? So I don't think heavy modular frames are up here. I don't think Caterium is down here. And this has to be smaller. All right, so it's like this. Okay, and this is copper. It's too early. It's Wojo, she's not yet.
No.
So am I understanding right that you do more than one factory depending on where the resources are? Yeah, I mean, Big Tinkery, there's no right and wrong way to do it. It's however you want to do it. Big factories like this are tough logistically because it's tough to move the resources around. Micro factories are hard a different way. You need like a cross-continental logistics network. Because they've been in holiday mode for a month now. I drove by Lowe's the other day and I saw all of their inflatables are up. It's not even Halloween. Yeah, the coal power generators.
What the fuck is this piece of shit?
What if we did that? What if we added a refinery to the front? The pipes could jump in kind of in here in the middle. This would hang over the edge. So I'm thinking, I'm tracking my mouse cursor over here. The factory has a big rounded front that kind of matches almost out here. Right? Now, height-wise, this floor height should be all right. What is this node? I don't even know what that node is. This right here should go on top of this. So I would put the refineries at this level. Still keep this main artery up, right? Now, if all my refineries are at this level here, the oil pops straight up. We keep these trees here. right? Pull a straight out here. Cement it in here, down. Actually, it would come all the way over to here. Because I think what I would love to do is get a radius circle and kind of trace just in front of the edge. Leave just a little bit showing, just for design. Have it come all the way around to this corner over here. That way we can still put the Caterian mine down here. This might be dead space on here, almost like logistics. And it would be a nice glass front. You wake up and just see the sunlight pouring in. I can have a straight come all the way down, kind of anchored right down in here. Yo. Okay. Then we have logistic layers. I can send the water this way for now. So how tall would the front of this factory be? Well, it would be whatever the height of this is with refineries. So if we had a rounded front that went all the way around here, and then it's taller in the back, what would that look like? That's what I think we got to sketch. I don't know if anybody has a thought for a building. Try this. President John F. Kennedy's brain was removed during his autopsy in '63. It was placed in a steel box and A, now resides in his medical presidential office library. B, was sold at an auction in the 70s. C, resides in the National Archives inventory of medical evidence. Or D, was lost and never was seen again. Guys, you have 30 seconds starting. You're too early. You're too early. You have to wait until you see the message. G-Fair, you know this. I'm holding it. You guys are all going to have to type another message. Okay? What do you... I didn't push the button. I'm not fixing it. You guys fucked it. You guys fucked it.
Hello.
Too many of you. Too many of you. You all jumped the gun. You have to wait until you see the message in chat. It doesn't start scoring you until I hit the button. I have to read the question aloud first. Premature questionation. All right, correct answer is D. They lost his brain and they never found it again. Isn't that fucking crazy? That's fucking insane. See, Genesis knew to wait. Mox was lucky because he's a mod and he can repeat his messages. All right, let's draw that. All right, let's start anew. Save. Factory game. All right, so if we were going to draw the front of this factory now. All right, so we have our pipes coming in. They're coming in at an angle. You have our bridge tech. Okay. It's super cool, right? You then have some sort of solid looking structure they come into. Okay. Okay, pipes are entering down here. Okay, you then have a giant front glass. Okay. Here in the middle where the pipes come in, you have these two big chutes that come up. Right? It's like a almost like a glass elevator, maybe. Okay. Then maybe there's also a second rounded front, or it's square. Let's keep it square for now. So this is square. Okay, this comes and meets over here. Okay, this goes up. Okay, this goes back. Then there's a back side of this factory where this is going to be the power factory. Right? All of our coal generators are in here. Okay. This front. Oh my god, what'd I do? There's a clear button? Okay. Maybe there's like some ribbed glass here. Maybe we do some sort of angled fins in the front. What could those be? Those could be resources. We could put resource belts going up. We could have like 2 giant fins in the front here. Okay, those connect to the building. This is I should have made this smaller. That's what I should have done. Oh, you know what we need? Drone pads. Because this is going to be a drone delivery service. We can put a bunch of drones up here. Okay. All right. Wait. One more. All right. So, big glass front. Okay. Resource elevator goes all the way up. The pipes. That hits the top. Well, I mean, if we're going to put our refineries over here in the glass front, we probably don't need the second building to be so the second part of the building to be so large. Right? We still have the resource door for the pipes. Okay, we still have...
Get your shit together. Get it all together and put it in a backpack. All your shit, so it's together.
We still have this wing over here. Okay. That's going to come all the way across. Building goes backwards, though. It's like a giant fucking boot. Okay. We can have... this is the refinery top. We make sure we don't have smokestacks on these. And then we can put grids of drones on top. On top of the logistic layers. So whatever the factory needs that needs to deliver anything else, we'll have rows of drones over here. Delivering batteries. This is like the starter factory, so it's gonna deliver some stuff. I do like the idea of having like some sort of like fin over here. I don't know what this fin is for. I mean, you know what likely is going to happen is we're going to have resources that are made up here on these floors, like wherever computers are made. We're going to want to get those down into the logistic layer. So there'll be a logistic layer over here. So you still have your refineries over here. Okay. The giant stack. That's not a penis. You're a penis. It looks like the car. It looks like the, what's his name from Cars? Right?
Grab his dick and twist it! Oh my god, dude, this is an MMA fight, dude. You too much. Twist that dick! Twist his dick! Twist his dick! Oh my god. Oh, dick twist!
I'm wondering if instead of giant fins, it's more like a divider. Right? We can have elevators moving the resources down and across, and they can go in, but then we can have more drones over here. This side of the building just looks boring. We have a cliff right here. The cliff goes all the way around. We're gonna have resources coming in on the side over here. Oh gosh.
Hello?
Oh. You're a terrible person. You're a terrible person. I'm just gonna put that out there. Not only did you make me eat your ass fart one time, at least once a stream you make me watch that play. At least once a stream you make me relive the gagger. I'm thinking about the... What if the front... How do I make a bigger eraser? Size me? What if the front... Because they're drones... What if there were levels? Then we have another level here, and it goes up a little bit. Then we have another level. And then these are all drones. Now, I don't know how many we fit in here. They're pretty small. I mean, we can make them follow the front of the building. I'm thinking almost like terrace levels. What's the benefit to it? Belting would be easier. Figure out how many you can fit in there and double it. I mean, drones, I haven't unlocked drones yet. And we'd have to push pretty far into Satisfactory to get to drones. Like, we don't get drones until... We don't get the resource pressurizer over here until aluminum. Alright, we get it here, tier 8. Once we push back computer and plastic, okay, so we're not far away from it. Auntie Kai's back! Yeah, VODs are always there. Yeah, we're still in the middle of it. We've gone through a couple iterations. And we're flipping back and forth between actual game. Hey, Swibby! It's a streak. 9 months. Literally the same person. Yeah, Auntie Kai. We just had our first time. Well, I mean, listen, we're not going crazy here. we're talking about first. Welcome in, Swebby. Hope you're doing great. We're talking about pulling the front of this factory all the way to the front of this cliff here, and kind of like rounding the front of the factory, running like a radius all the way around here. And then what we want to do is stick our refineries up front. But God, this building is fucking huge, guys. Like, a refinery is that big, right? So there'd be at least 2 rows of refineries, if not 3 rows of refineries here. The big thing is just to get the radius right. It's gonna be difficult. I mean, we don't have to overcomplicate it either. We can just pull it straight forward. And then just put the refineries on this level. And then maybe maybe just give it like a little bit of a diagonal instead of a radius. A diagonal might be better, because then we can keep the square. And if we run a diagonal, then we could just put the refineries on the diagonal. Build a big flat grid above the entire map, and then you have one big flat ass factory base. Basically my plan. Yeah, I could use train tracks to build a circular front if I wanted to, for sure. I'm going back to Airbnb? What do you mean? You think you should build something like a parking garage? Air, boobs, and beauty? Nice. Mrs. Rad wants a parking garage? I will put a parking garage. I will put a parking garage, and I will name it Echoes Parking...
So, this trivia question is... Jesus!
Alright.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. That's a picture. Oh my God. All right, so the camera caught that.
That clip makes you happy? So I think the parking garage goes over here. It's not big, but I think what I see here, I see a flat wall here. I see that trucks can go up and down the slope. We put a little parking garage over here, and parking spaces, covered parking spaces. All right, let's try to draw this again. This time, more hexagon. I think we put like a divider down over here. And the refineries are on this side. All right. Now we're getting real. Now we're getting real. All right. All right, we have the front structure. We have the big upright vertical. We have big upright vertical number 2. We have parking garage. Okay. This continues forward. Okay. Then we have Yo, Hashin, what's up, man? Welcome, 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 Raiders. How we doing? Happy motherfucking Sunday. You see 2 tacos? That's worrisome. Everybody coming to a Heshed. Welcome, welcome. Hope you had an amazing stream. What were you playing? Timberborn. Oh yeah, you said that last stream. You've been playing that. Shadovin, what's up, man? How you doing? How's playing with beavers? Heshin, how's stuff and things? Everybody here, if you're not following Heshin, go hit the follow button. He's amazing. He's a very chill streamer. Awesome time. Very friendly, very nice. Good engagement. I would definitely put a taco in his mouth for sure. Air Eshin. Stream 2 of mostly nicely moist beavers. Yeah. We're doing a little factory planning. This is what button did I hit? I just erased everything that I had. We're doing some factory planning of our starter factory and figuring out how we're going to kind of lay some stuff out. Coming up some ideas.
Goodies, hacking,
sketching it out. Guys, go hit the follow button. Everybody coming in Heshin. This is a charity stream. We also have giveaways happening on December 13th. If I haven't told you about it, we're giving away a Steam Deck. Go hit the follow. Go hit the follow button. Go say hi in chat. You'll get money in your bank account, and then you can dump it right into the giveaway. ! Enter space Steam Deck space Max, or do what Variable Label did. I know. Everybody I watch raids into everybody else I watch. Well, that's what it's called, the community, right?
Variable Label is placing a hefty bet.
Is he placing a hefty bet? Is he going to lose all of his money? Yes and yes and yes. Heshin, if you need to raid and run, take care of yourself or others, please go do that. Stream Deck is shipping North America only. Yep. Thank you. I should also always pull up this scene here. So yeah, you don't need to be here on the 13th if you get into the giveaway and you're not here for the stream. It's totally fine. We do have 2 incentives. We have these 2 really dope ornaments that was made by the community. These guys right here, if you would donate $50 or $100, we have 2 different ornament sets for you. Happy to send you one of these as a thank you. And put a bunch of money in your bank account, because every donation that you give to Sick Kids is money towards these giveaways. Who'll be looking after my Steam Deck before I move? Not too sure. At the end of the rainbow, there is a taco. Feel free to raid and run. Where did everything go that I was just doing? Can I just undo? Where did it all go? Who deleted my shit? Ask Copilot. All right, I have a rough idea. The question is the angle here. I don't know what angle I want to do. Did I alt tab to a new paint? I did not. I wished I did.
Yum 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 yum.
All right. I think I have a good idea. We're gonna YOLO. We're gonna do it live. We're gonna do it live. We're gonna need a lot of concrete.
I can't do it.
Yep.
We'll do it live.
Fuck it.
We'll do it live. Fuck it. Do it live. I'll write it and we'll do it live.
We'll do it live.
Fucking thing sucks.
It sucks. It sucks so much. It sucks so much. All right. Zoop me. All right. I gotta go get the concretes.
Heifer with cheese.
Oh my God!
Son
with
of
the
a
fucking
bitch,
heifer.
I'm right behind you. Turn around and ask me for heifer with cheese, yo. Why you gotta make me feel inferior? Cause I'm on the grill, B. Damn.
Scarface is kind of a hyper guy for
a little
pothead.
hyper.
Sorry.
That guy is blurry. Oh yeah, no, that Fox News clip. Yeah, no, that was done in the fucking 90s. Everything was blurry in the 90s. Life was blurry. right. Buildings are gonna come out this way. Parking lot is over here.
I'm proud of you. You know that.
Oh, that's very nice
I hope
of you.
do.
I didn't know that, but now I do. And that makes me happy. I don't know if I want it coming out this far. But let's go out that way. All right, let's shut down the blueprinter. Oh, Audrey, hi, how you doing? I just unlocked, first time ever. Next team will start, be with trains. Let's go. Trains are so much fun. Trains are so much fun, and they've removed me to have fun. They don't want me having fun when I play Satisfactory. I sad boy. IR sad boy. You know what though? The sad boy got a chainsaw. Got a chainsaw and he's chainsawing shit. Sad boy be chainsawing shit. Nope. Nope. It was not in my hands when you called it. It was not in my hands when you called it. I got them points. Suck it. Suck it, noob. Oh, I hope.
This is some bullshit. Move this man.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. This is some bullshit. You done fucked it. You done fucked it. I might end up deleting this holder.
No offense, but you are a stupid asshole.
Oh, I'm so happy you're upset right now. The amount of times you've deleted my bullshit. It's rigged? How's that rigged? How's it rigged? That's the risk you take. I can't delete the build gun. There's no item in my hands. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I can't delete nothing. Can we play the marbles? We can play marbles, yeah. It's the first time I've ever sent that through. He might not be real, guys. Destination unknown. Oh, now you're real. Okay, got it. Here, let me give you a little encouragement. Get out of here. All right, I only need 4 meters on the front one. Destination unknown. Calls HR because Taco refuses to delete the constructor tool. Look, I will put this in my hands, right? And I will go stab something. You have between now and when I inject something with this. Oh, it's gonna be fast. It's gonna be fast. All you had to do is redeem it, and you would have deleted this. You would have deleted this. But you're slow. But you're very slow. Roku, what's up? How you doing? This is just for now so I can get up here. HR has a special complaint. Yeah. It's right next to where the security request forms are. Ruby, 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 so how? All right, what is the angle? What is the angle we're going for here, guys? How far forward? Oh my God, look at this bin. I just sat on my balls weird, and that hurt. It did. It did hurt. I'm at that age where sitting on your balls is a reality. I mean, they swing a little bit lower every year. So I do like this ramp concept.
Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna try to establish a sheep farm, right?
We did establish a sheep farm.
You can take sheep and fuck them.
All right, is it from there to here? Do we align with this? I don't know what that node is. There's a boss battle. Everybody type !join.
Hello.
Is it Tricket?
Hello.
Tricky. Welcome in. Okay, whatever we do here for an angle, we'll replicate on the floor. What is this node? Oh, great. Another uranium.
Hello.
Awesome. That means I can't get too close to it. So this is a hot corner right there. Okay. I mean, it's so weird that we're not going to put a nuclear factory here. All right, let's try a different method. Let's do this. We snap a beam here. Okay. To here. Okay. Snap a beam to the end. 2 down. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
It's beautiful.
All right, so that's your angle. Okay. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's your angle there. Okay, there's a little gap there. We might use the gap. What was the count here? How many of this? 5 here. 7 there, okay. So that should be 6 and 6. There's 6 there. 6. Okay, what's this here? It's a 14. 13 to here. Trickett, thank you very much for the 203 bits. I appreciate you. These nodes are going to be epic. Well, I mean, I could toss them into a drone and ship them out. I love it so much. There's a pillar in my pants when Summer Sloops is in my hands. All right, let's take a break. Let's go play some marbles, okay? All right, I'm going to stand up. I'm going to stretch my legs. I'm going to go get a beverage. You guys should all do the same thing. Meet me back here in this many minutes, 3 minutes. We'll fire up marbles on stream. We'll let you guys ballot it out. We'll run a Grand Prix. The top 3 race winners in the Grand Prix will get a little money in their bank account towards those giveaways, okay? So go stand up, stretch your legs, go you do your things. Meet me back here in 3. Push the button. Afro's pushing the button.
Lizard.
Afro?
Lizard.
Afro? Thank you very much. Thank you for the lizards. No, you're good. Do not apologize. Every once in a while, the lizard. Every once in a while, the lizard needs to. Yes. Yes. The lizard wants to be seen. Yes. Please. Guys, thank you very much. It is a hype train. Oh my god. This is making Neb so happy. Oh my god. Guys, the lizards. Does anybody know where we can find a lizard pressing a button? Oh my god. You guys are unfucking hinged. Fucking son of... I didn't jump. That's not a jump. I was just looking. I was looking at the window. I was getting a nice breeze off the window. That is not a jump. That did not.
Taco, you completely satisfy me in every way.
Oh.
You are amazing.
I mean, I did think we were gonna get a lot more bananas. $2.
Sterling, right. That is another thing. That is another thing. That is another thing. Sterling Archer has beat the shit out of him.
All right.
Beat the shit out of him. Wait, hang on.
I just got assaulted. I just got assaulted by a chalupa.
Taco.
It is a hot. Should
I put my name on this in case I forget?
Can somebody please write my name in my underwear so I don't forget where I am?
What the fuck is this piece of shit?
This is a professional stream, Omega 7. This is what a pro streamer looks like. You may not understand this because you're not a pro viewer, but this is a pro streamer. Always. Just keep tongue in the hole, buddy. Keep tongue in the hole. Keep doing what you're doing. Feels great. Helps a lot.
I know exactly where this is. Thanks back on that one. I have to go for a minute, you guys.
Sexiest thing I've seen all day.
Mom, we have strip videos at home. Stop videos. It might have censored it. Some shit.
This
is where I knew it was going.
Oh, I know where this
Photograph
goes.
some shit.
I know where this goes now.
Yeah.
Oh, it's starting to make sense.
Oh
yeah,
my god.
Go.
Jesus.
It doesn't go. Yeah, it doesn't go up here, dude.
Jesus
It doesn't go
Christ. The
uphill.
aftermath of a scat adult film.
Megan, that's amazing. That's so goddamn amazing.
Holy shit.
Kaylee's Corner! Bro! That's huge. Oh, it's so huge. Hell yeah, Kaylee. I know, you may see this tomorrow in a clip. listen. I don't know. I don't want to talk too much to some people. I don't want to talk too much. I don't want to talk too much here. But let me just say this. Right? I'm not religious. Okay? I don't believe in organized religion. We talked about that tonight. But I do believe in karma. I do believe that good people, that good things happen to good people, right? Kaylee's been going through it a little bit lately, and this is gonna brighten her day up amazingly. So super excited for this, guys. Thank you again. Just thank you.
All right, Home Frog, this one's for you, buddy. You ready? Where is it? Just for you, pal. Just for you, pal.
Don't be suspicious. Stay
Stay frog raw. Did it get to the delicious part?
Hello.
Whoa, Jesus, fucker.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I break your concentration?
Oh, God fucking damn it, Melithia. Oh,
thought of that
guys,
video.
which hole did you come into? Like, so you're upside down like this, and so you're nutting on yourself. You're nutting this way. You don't want to nut this way. Like, this is a bad angle for nutting.
Autisticals buying? Oh my God. The worst. I'm the worst. Oh my God. Autistic lesbian. I listen, I should shut this stream off. I should shut the stream off right now because of that one.
Fucking Apollo. Tastes like fucking Pitch's dirty cock. I didn't say that out loud, did I? I don't see the copper. Esky, what's up, man?
Hello.
Has anybody seen this copper vein? I'm just missing it. They're usually like big rocks like this. Yes. Shame. Oh yeah. There you go. Oh no, watch it, guys. Oh gosh.
$100. Can you look into the camera here and say thank you, Wizard Chef?
Thank you, Wizard Chef.
Not Chef, Wizard Chef.
Oh, thank you, Wizard Chef.
Here comes some sweet, salty relief, and then it was like the stalest, most. Look at the fucking udders on that one, guys. Look at the udders on that one.
So that's because it smells like my dirty penis. That's why. It smells like my dirty penis under there. But you guys, for some reason, want to go there. It's up to you. If you don't like the smell, get the fuck out.
There's a giveaway going on right now.
Butthole, and don't forget to make excited noises.
Ooh,
hello.
Butthole.
Shitter was full.
Thank you for clearing out the shitter. Ooh, butthole. Guys ready for some marbles?
Go in the bathroom for about 35, 45 minutes.
What's up, Plamp?
Somebody open the window.
Plamp comes in first message. Cock? Question mark. Totally valid first message. Plant, how are you? All right, everybody, we're gonna play some marbles on stream for some money. Looks good. Let's go. Okay, if you don't know what's about to happen, we're gonna play marbles on stream. To play marbles on stream, I'm amazing. Thank you for asking. All you have to do is listen to this very small, angry British baby. Okay.
Goodies, hacking cuties.
And all you lurkers out there, exclamation mark play right now because it's time for a ball pit. Tacos balls, cuddle them, suck them, lick them. Exclamation mark play. Lurkers, I will literally drag you out by your testicles if you don't hit exclamation mark play.
Balbon, welcome in. How you doing? All right, everybody. Include a number? No, well, I mean the only number we have is it doesn't matter. There's only one ball. There's only one ball type. I don't know how to unlock more ball types. We've been playing marbles on stream forever. All right, I'm gonna start the two. Oh no, I did the bad. I hit the early. All right, guys. Emergency time. Everybody hit play. You have 7 megaseconds left. You have to type play right now. You have to type play. This is the first ball pit. You have to type play. There's only 5 megaseconds left. Okay, everybody type play. Type play. I pushed the button too early.
Hello.
I didn't know the countdown was already going, and I typed it again. Type play, or you're going to be missing out. And when you miss out on the first one, you know what happens. Less points for the second two. You got to type play. That's it. That's all I can do. Good luck, everybody. All right, where are you guys? You're up here? Don't forget to cup the balls. I got a piece of bread with some butter on it. All right, Auntie Kai, Turpentine, Jeremy, Mrs. Rads, and looks like Dave T, your top 5. So I went to my my in-laws today. They're very Italian. They live in an Italian neighborhood. They have small Italian bakeries. So this is like fresh baked Italian bread. It's the best. I joined instead of played. You had one job, Bacon. I immediately regretted the commenting. No, don't you dare regret ever typing the word cock into chat. I'll make it. I'll make it randomly give you money when you type cock in chat. Only you. That's how this works around here. Bet. Just come in, just type the word cock. Don't type anything else. You'll get money. What is up with this map, man? You guys are just going in circles. Rad, Plant, Jeremy, Audrey, Turpentine, Chickrit, Tricky. Lube up balls, Plant. Please lube them up. Lube them up good. Nobody wants dry balls. Actually, I was just going to say, it's weird when your balls get too much lube on them. It's like the lubes are meant for the shaft, and why are the balls so slippery? Balls don't need the lube. All right, Mrs. Rads, you're first. Turpentine second. Jeremy third. Plant fourth. Shocky fifth. Auntie Kai sixth. Audrey 7. I Love Roku and RuneScape 8. Wojo and Tricky. Do we have any deaths? It doesn't look like there were any deaths in that one. NASCAR at its finest. What's happening? Why are we somebody still going? Gotta say, this map is kind of not great. Oh. What are we waiting on? The slowest fire blaze ever. You should have lubed sooner. You might have won. It's fair. Always use lube. All right. Mrs. Rad, Turpentine, Jeremy, Plant, Shocky, Auntie Kai, Audrey, I Love Roku, RuneScape, Wojo, and Tricky. This map makes no sense. That is most of the community maps, for sure. Can I All right, I'm only going to hit play once, so now you actually have 2 minutes. But then I'm going to hit this button. You just see? Let's see. He knew. He knew. He knew. He was laying down. He was being a good boy. All right. Would you like Max to have a treat? Is that what you said? You would like Max to have a treat? Does Max like treats? I don't know if Max likes treats anymore. Still got a minute left.
Hey, big hairy thing. Give me the nom-noms that are on your desk. I am a very good boy. I have not eaten any rabbit poop today.
No, Quantum.
I am so very hungry, I think I might die. So hand them over, or I am going to shit in the hallway again and watch you clean it up.
Wow, okay. All right. Max, would you like a cookie? Sit down. You have to sit. All right, you're too close, pal. You're too close. You got to back up. You got to back up. Reset. Come over here. Sit right there. Right there. Perfect. High five. High five. High five. High five. Here you go, pal. All right, we still got 25 seconds. Max, you get another cookie. Here. Here you go. All right, Max, would you like wait, you're gonna fix your bow tie. Your bow tie is all messed up. You okay? You're such a good boy. All right, here you go. 6, 5, 4. All right, back guy. That guy snuck in. Good luck, everybody. As a resting nap. Yeah. Bat guy. Well, look at you go, pal. Bat guy, Mox. Looks like Sea Pint, Bacon Bits, Dave T, and Quantum Shield. Lube up ball. You are so late with your lube. You are a late luber. Late luber. Mrs. Rads, you have perished. Spit on that thing! All right, Mox, you're in the lead. What is this thing?
Maybe.
Maybe?
Maybe not.
Maybe not.
Maybe fuck yourself.
Maybe go fuck yourself. All right, you got Mox, the bat guy. Looks like Sea Pint. Looks like there's a Wojo in there. All right, please enter the hole. I have to unfuck myself, Joe? Thank you, Joe. Sea Pint's in the lead. Depending on the path. Looks like Mox is fooling around. He's fucking around to find out. Did you die? Possibly. Meow. There, go ahead. That's the work week finished. It's a giant cat toy. Is that what this is? Last obstacle. Wojo, you did perish. Back home in time to get the factory on. Hell yeah. Love this jam. Looks like the bat guy's going to be in first. No, Audrey's already in the bucket. Audrey, how'd you get in there? I don't know. Looks like we got a Class A cheater. Atika, you have just died. Whoa, that's how. That's how. There's a shortcut somewhere. Right there. You see that right there? You took a shortcut. All right. Top 10. Audrey, Bat Guy, Sea Pint, Tricky, Plamp, Turpentine, Molnix, Caveman Mox, I Love Ruku, and Dave T. Mrs. Rad's coming in. Joe. Oh, Audrey. Nice win, Audrey. All right, last and final race. Remember, top 3 in the Grand Prix are winning some actual money in their taco bank account. Not in your actual bank account. I ain't that kind of guy. All right, you guys got 2 more minutes. Good luck, everybody. Angry British Baby.
Hey, fuckers, and all you lurkers out there. Exclamation mark play right now because it's time for a ball pit. Tacos balls. Cuddle them, suck them, lick them. Exclamation mark play. Lurkers, I will literally drag you out by your testicles if you don't hit exclamation mark play.
When's the last time you saw a baby with a beard talking about testicles? Is there another channel on Twitch where that happens? Bat's like, good luck, nerds. Y'all need it. Just IRL. Just every Thursday. More than I thought, yeah. Fair. Real life? Hell yeah. Plant, do anything fun this weekend? Guys, got 45 seconds. Beards for life. Ugh. You love the baby taco videos too? Baby taco videos, we're talking about sheep, of course. Because that's the meme. All right, 20 seconds, everybody. Did you guys see the AI Fabio taco? I don't know how to take the word taco and Fabio and like make that one. All right, guys, good luck. Where are we going? What are we doing? We're going this way? Not really. We were supposed to go to Boo the Zoo, but he didn't buy the ticket in advance and it rained all day. Well, I guess, did you really want to go to Boo in the Zoo if it was raining? Maybe not buying the ticket in advance was the right play. Fabiaco? Fabiaco? Bacon, where are you going? Tabio? Tabio's not bad. It's hard to see what the fuck is going on. Hey, let's make a marbles race, right? But it'll be pitch black and nobody can see anything. And yeah, that sounds awesome. But sir, isn't it meant to be a medium used in an interactive way so everybody can see who's winning the race? Yeah, but not ours. They're gonna go in tunnels the entire time, so you don't even see what's happening. Ah, but didn't. Gotcha. Plant, how many kids do you have? Auntie Kai is just ripping ass. Rip that ass, Auntie Kai. 2 kiddos. How old are they? Boy, girl. I came pre-lubed and full of hearts. That's where you get the boost from. Who's that on the edge that you don't see a name for? Oh, it's Duker and Lackluster Meh. What is this? That's a finish line. All right, I guess if you go through here, you win. Tricky's been top of the leaderboard all night. 4-year-old girl and a 6 in 6 days and a 3-year-old boy. Oh, you're right in the thick of it. It's an N64. Oh yeah, look at this. It's actually cool. He put all of his time into this. Legally distinct Kirby. Got it. All right, Auntie Kai, Duca, Lackluster Mac, Shuki, Geeky, Loxel, Shocky, Turpentine, Mrs. Rads, I Love Roku, and RuneScape, Plant, Olo, and Bad Guy Perished. All right, let's see who's won the Grand Prix. Okay, and in third place, still picking up a little bit of money tonight, is Turpentine. Nice. How does it feel to finish behind me? All right, in second place, we have Shricky. And in first place tonight, taking home the lion's share of the winnings is Audrey Plays Nice. GG, Audrey. That huge fast win that you sped through. It took that cheat. No, I don't want to say cheat. That professional route. Gave you the victory. So race winner are Audrey. Then it was Tricky, and then it was Turpentine, and you guys can split $15,000. How's that? Audrey took down 9, Tricky took down 4,500, Turpentine got 15. GG. Oh, Shriky, thank you so much for the bits. Appreciate you. You want more? Well, isn't that how life is? Unfortunately, you're gonna have to suffer through some really boring, terrible, satisfactory playthrough.
Hey, welcome to Worcester. The total will be $1.25.
I'm gonna punish you guys for enjoying balls by making you watch me play a video game while we tell dumb jokes about our balls, our cocks, or our chesticles. Whatever. Listen, we're gonna just answer a trivia question like this one. All right, the sexual act of lying on your back with your legs raised and folded over your partner's shoulders while they squat and penetrate you is Mrs. Rad. So the kid's still around? The kids aren't here for this, right? Is commonly referred to as A, the butter churner, B, Lisa's migraine, C, leg day, or D, Harry Squirter. Okay. Oh, Harry Squatter. Sorry. You guys have 30 seconds starting now. Memo! Don't mind the giant hedgehog. All right. Your redeem got lost? I'll find it. I see you, Dave. All right. You were told to behave? I can't hear anything right now. Hold on 1 second, guys. All right, correct answer to the trivia question is A. A is the correct answer. Arcto, Loxel, Rox, and Genesis all scored big. Mr. Business Memo, welcome in. Happy... Sure. Let me. I'll show you some blueprints. Okay. First and foremost, business memo. Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome in. Hope you had an amazing stream. What were you guys playing? Hey, Nox. I see a few new faces and friends. Welcome in. If you don't know who I am, my name's Taco. This is a charity stream. We stream for the sick kids of Boston Children's Hospital. All bits, that's a giant pickle. All bits, all subs, all donations always go to the sick kids. Memo, what were you guys playing? I'm looking up in the feed here, trying to find it. There was a little bit of chaos that happened when you walked in the door. Don't know if that was related. Where's your message? You're playing the Duck Off game. Where are you? Oh, wow. All right, I have to give this is the third stream in a row where you're talking about Duck Off. Whoa. Are you trying to pickle Elmo? You trying to pickle Elmo? That's wild. That's wild. Anyways, Memo, if you need to raid and run, take care of yourself or others, please go do that. Everybody here that came in with the raid, we are doing a giveaway on December 13th. That's a Steam Deck. So if you're at all interested, that was donated. Hey, Liz. That was donated to the channel by Sonkigi. If you're at all interested, I have a command for you to type. You get a free ticket by showing up and saying hi in chat. All you have to type is the word enter. You put a little space, the word Steam Deck, and then you put the word max. Get all of the money out of your bank account, get it into the giveaway. The only thing your bank account is good for here is giveaways. Get ready for bed. You do it. I appreciate you. I'm going to be trying it out this weekend because my sister got me Duck Out for my birthday, and every time I see people playing it, it looks amazing. But I have not been able to stop playing the CES. Oh, yeah, you've been on the CES too. The cop says I can't get free cookies by streaking in the streets. That is true. You have to streak inside the crumble cookie. The crumble cookie is where you streak for cookies. Auntie Kai says rude. What was rude? What are we doing? Who has gluten-free cookies? That's what you're looking for. All right. Am I missing anybody's anythings? The kids are asleep. I wouldn't be able to be active in chat if they were alive. Okay. Well, well, hold on. I want to make sure that was clear. Awake, not alive. I did not say whether they were alive. Dave, all right. You want to ask some questions about... all right, Shadovan, exclamation mark, enter. Just the word Steam Deck and then the word max. Enter Steam Deck max. Gonna put spaces here and there. The reason why we do this is because lots of times we have multiple giveaways. So the word enter means I want to get into a giveaway. Then you type which one of the giveaways in yellow and then how many tickets in orange. Okay? Just like you did. Max means take all the money out of my bank account. Do the math for me. I don't want to do it. Tell me how many tickets I can get. No, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for being here. All right. Dave. Blueprints with verticality. Not this save. Let me hit save button. So when you say blueprints with verticality, do you mean machines are vertical or that logistics are vertical? A bottle-shaped factory with pipes going in the face and outside the elevator. Last one didn't work. It could be the punctuation, stackability, logistics. Gotcha. Okay. Here, let me show you what I did. Can I disable the mod first? Let's exit to desktop real quick. And I'll disable the rando mod. What's happening here? What stage are we? Leofar, we are just about to hit oil. So we are working on the refinery and we're starting to shape our factory a little bit. Let me just open up the mod manager. Okay, look at the installed mods. Delete that one. All right, I think I'm just gonna load it with the mod, and it's gonna randomize the nodes, and it's fine. Then I don't have to worry about trying to find the mod again. 1.2 out? No, not yet. No, I was told tonight 1.2 is not happening until next year. A testing taco. You're saying that none of the... He's still catching. He's still alive. Yeah, good news. We fixed Liquids is talking about 1.2, and that should be coming out in a few months, which will be the new year. All right, we're going to load up the previous video game. I want a giant lizard doggo and spicy moose. What's a spicy moose? What's a spicy moose? Oh, you're talking about the Fluffy? You're talking about the guy who rams you? What's a spicy moose? Well, I'm sorry, I don't know what your vernacular for spicy moose is in the... Are you kidding me? No, I'm asking questions. All right, Dave, this is for you, pal. Spitters or spicy moose? Okay. Now I understand. I'm most upset. Well, don't be upset. We just have some communication challenges. We're both acting in good faith. All right. So, Dave, logistics and verticality, right? So, if you look here, a lot of my logistics, so this is an endgame factory that I put together. A lot of my logistics are a lot of my machines are stacked. There's a machine up here, there's a machine down there. So there's two stacked machines. Okay? But if you look at this blueprint here, I'm going to hold it right here. So my blueprints, the way I like to do them is I always know I'm going to have a logistics layer. It's just the way I play the game. So I'm consistently putting them 8 meters. Yeah, this is probably 12 meters. I think it's 12 meters. 12 meters off the floor. And then what happens is I just dig a hole. Probably easier to show on this layer. So you can see here too, these layers here, these are 2 machines double stacked. So we have 4 machines here in a blueprint. Okay, logistics built into it as well. Right, so the bottom has the splitters and mergers needed to kind of pull them all in. And then the logistics go up. And so what I end up doing is just snapping them wherever they want and then just sinking them into the floor until the bottom foundation is flush. Right? And then as a... you never know how many machines you're going to need. Like this production line, I needed, what, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, right? So what I do is I have a, this one's the left, this is a center blueprint, and then I have a right blueprint. And the thing is they're the same machines. I just basically end cap them with all the designs built into it. What about vertical stacking of blueprints? Well, you can vertically stack these. There's nothing stopping you from just taking a blueprint, putting it on blueprint stacking mode like this, and just stacking them on top of each other. There's nothing stopping you from doing that. Like, I put this pole in here so it always has the same height from blueprint to blueprint. Sometimes the logistics are taller than others. This just makes it easy to kind of, for me, this makes it consistent. All my blueprints have the same floor height under the machines. Your walls might be good examples. So are you talking about logistic buses? So if you look up here, every one of my all my factories share a couple of things. First, all the logistic layers. So I always have, go under here. I always put a logistic layer under, right? This way I can handle all the belt chaos, right? There's a ton of belt chaos here, right? Like resources need to go from here all the way down there, whatever have you. And so what I end up doing is using splitters on the bus, wall holes, and then just kind of using a logistic layer to hide them. connecting blueprints horizontally is easy. It's the same as vertical. What I would say is, when looking at a blueprint, though, similar, having the bottom pull here to ensure the height, you could do the same thing on the top. So maybe this is a bad place to try. Hold on, see if I can move it. So if you want to always consistently have spacing in between the same, just put a pole above and below so that it's always consistent. You know what I mean? Are you going to build any factory during the rest of the stream? I'm clear how to build blueprints. I want to see them put together and implement in a real factory whenever you do it. I'm probably not going to do any factoring tonight. Probably just going to sketch a little bit more of what the factory is going to look like so I can continue planning things out like the logistic layers and stuff like this. $100. Can you look into the camera here and say, thank you, Wizard Chef?
Thank you, Wizard Chef.
Not chef, Wizard Chef.
Oh, thank you, Wizard Chef.
Dave, did I answer your question though? It's kind of, I don't think I build blueprints the way you're hoping for. It doesn't mean that you couldn't do it. It just means it's not what I've been doing. Thank you, Wizard Shep. I'm trying to think if there is anywhere where I have used. Okay, but it gives you a few ideas. All right, well, that's helpful. Yeah, I guess my verticality is built into the blueprint itself. And then I just use them like Legos to just... Oh, we already looked at this one. So here's another one. Here's the... This is the Foundry 2-pack. Here I was playing with the vertical lifts, which I guess is something that you're interested in, because you could connect to the top of this thing, right? Like right now, these are fed from the bottom. Here's the in. It goes up. So you could basically just use something similar to this and then just keep the vertical lifts in here. I guess that's somewhat what you were talking about, right? It was these are a little awkward to space. I found using these are not super easy because sometimes you see how these snap in 1 meter increments. It does feel like the 1 meter increments here is off the whatever the world grid is. So those were a little difficult to use. Okay. Oh, that's nice. I'm glad that stayed there when I deleted the blueprint. All right, just a bit more sketching. Let's see if we can get 2 rows of refineries in up here. I don't know how many rows we actually want, but 2 would be preferred.
Hello.
Hey, Neurosis, how you doing? All right, leave 1 for the wall. So I'm gonna say no. It's too tight for 2 rows. So I might want to come out further. Is there any reason why not to come out further? Not really. We're gonna have to rerun this. That's fine. Rosas, how you been, man? 3 would be better. Is this going to look weird with the front of the building? Yeah, I really want to keep it. This would be perfect, though. Well, I could push these back. If I push this back 1, you still have a little space back in here. Yeah. I think this is too far forward. I mean, do we need 2 rows? No, but I'm assuming between oil and plastic. I mean, this is a starter factory, so we don't need to do anything on number or scale. Getting tired of having clocks haven't changed yet? What do you mean clocks haven't changed? Do you have the daylight savings time? What is this doing? We don't need them. We just need to connect this to power, right? Yeah, I wish they would I wish they would ditch time zones, period, right? Like, I don't care that I wake up at 2 US, you know, oh shit. I don't care that I wake up at 2 UTC. Like, we could just all use UTC time. That would be better. Oh my gosh. Killadrix, hi! Holy smoke. Yo, Killadrix and friends, how we doing? My name's Taco. Everybody hanging out here. This is Killadrix. If you're looking for probably the most entertaining Oxygen Not Included run that I've seen in a long time, you should go hit the follow button, Killadrix. Killadrix has been doing absolute amazing. He's playing Oxygen Not Included, completely raw. He doesn't have any trainers. He's not taking any help. He's just basically stumbling through it. He's tripping over every rock, and he's goddamn hilarious at the same time. Starving and gotta be. Get out of here. Go. Appreciate you. Everybody that just came in with Killadrix, my name's Taco. This is a charity stream. We stream for the sick kids over at Boston Children's Hospital. Every bit, every sub, every donation that I stream goes to them. Year to date, we've raised over $44,000 to make sick kids' days a little less shitty. Get out of here. Why are you still typing? Go get something to eat. Killadrix brought you over here. Okay, this is an 18+ stream. We do not stream for kids. We stream to benefit children. So you will hear words here that you wish you didn't hear. But it's always meant to be kind, and it's always meant to just be a safe space for people to just cut loose, forget about the world for a little while, and just have some fun. Although sometimes we talk about the shit world that we live in and some of the challenges in it. Okay, last thing I wanted to say is we do have a giveaway happening on December 13th. I would like you all to be in it. Okay, you don't need to be here on December 13th to win a Steam Deck. So Killadrix brought you over. You maybe said hi in chat. When you said hi, My bot told you have $1,000 in your bank account, right? That $1,000 is exactly what you need to get one ticket into this giveaway. So if you're new here, or if you've been here before, all you need to do is type these words right here. You type the word !, enter. You put a little space. You type the word Steam Deck, not giveaway. You type Steam Deck and then the word max. And that says enter the giveaway called the Steam Deck and use all my money in it. Just like Arcto did.
Goodies hacking cute.
We'll get everybody hooked up with a trivia question. My last plea for you guys to follow Killadrix. I promise you hit that follow button, you will enjoy it. And if you don't mind, hit the follow button here. Having more followers, helping me stay high in the category, allows me to help some more kids.
Variable Label is placing a hefty bet.
Are they? All right, so we listen to some loud music and we answer some dumb questions. Here's a dumb question and a loud song at the same time. All right, a Match.com survey revealed that a guy who does this will triple his chances of scoring on a date. A, talks highly about his mom. B, asks about her pets. C, opens a car door. Or D, chats up the Uber driver. Guys, you have 30 seconds to guess. What do you think? Hello. I'm good. How you doing? Okay, the correct answer is D. Chats up the Uber driver. So you're trying to boost your rates. Be kind to the people around you. Who would have thought that? Being kind to people makes people like you. Imagine that. Imagine that. Ha! That's weird. Just be a good person and people will like you. Huh. Who would have thought? We're playing a game called Satisfactory, and if you don't know what Satisfactory is it bullshit?
Bullshit.
Nah, yeah, okay, maybe. Not us. Fight Rage, how you doing? I want to say hi to, what is that, Smog? Smag, maybe Smag, and then we had a Zendry just said hi. A Ball D73, welcome in. Trainwreck, I think you were here.
Fling it. Fling it like feces.
Fling it like feces. We had Dr. Green Thumb of Viscera, Viscera, sorry. Oh my god. Reading is fundamental, guys, and I say it all the time.
Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna
you
try to
fucking dick shit.
Farm.
Sorry.
Right?
Sorry, I didn't say that.
I
didn't say that.
You can take sheep and fuck them.
All right, to be fair, I was very drunk when I said that, okay? And that's how that mostly happens, okay? But I'm not an advocate to violence in any way, shape, and form, okay? Just want to make sure that's clear, okay? Even if you think it's okay, it's not, okay? We believe you. Fuck you, okay? All right. You're clearly a lot. Listen. Sheep need love too. All right. Let's this. So this game is a factory builder. Okay. There you go, Fight Rage. I'm not gonna be mad at you, Loxel. I couldn't be if you tried. So this game is like. Thank you very much for that follow. I appreciate it. This game is like if Factorio and Minecraft had like a baby, and it's all 3D and it's gorgeous and you can make some amazing factories, and my dream would be to get Killadrix to actually play it, but basically it's you know, it's like Factorio in the sense that you have belts and pipes and storage boxes and all that sort of stuff, and your goal is to produce items, but you get to do it in this 3D world, right? So I'm just flying around here. I had to put all these pipes in. So every one of these pipes, right? You have to basically click and add the pipe and say, I want the pipe to go here. I want it to pitch up, pitch down. So it's a 3D world that you get to build in. And it's absolutely an amazing, amazing game. And we're building a new factory here. This is a starter factory. And I'm just trying to figure out the size of this thing. we have, let me go get, I can't make more than one of these, right? I need motors and copper. All right, copper is in here, right? Yeah. All right, and then I need a couple motors. Motors are going to be over here. You love watching me lay pipe, especially the curvy bits? Hey, listen. Laying pipe is I don't know if anybody in this anybody here enjoys wire management. The act of taking a bunch of chaos and trying to make order of it. That's a lot of this game, right? Like all of these systems and machines and stuff like that, they're all building specific things. But like for me, this stuff is really fun. Like laying all these pipes down. So these top pipes here are bringing in crude oil. They are full of crude oil, finally. The crude oil is a very large, it's not a procedurally generated world. It's uniquely designed. The oil is all the way up here. So my base is down here. I had to run plumbing pipes all this way to grab that oil. Now, that's because I'm playing on hard mode. Usually there's trains in this game, and I could just use the trains to move oil. So I just make one train track, and I can get all the oil I want. Unfortunately, we decided early that we were going to change the rules in this game, and everybody decided that trains were too good, and I shouldn't use them. You know, honestly, guys, I didn't think about this. The front can overhang. We can overhang the front. What if we did that? What if we, instead of backing off the front, what if we kept the front nice and chonky, right? And then over here, it's not, okay? What? We believe you. Fuck you, okay? Wow. Wow. That's wild. That's wild. Let's look at the foundations. We have a double ramp here. So this way it looks supported, right? It adds a little dimension to the front too. I'd like maybe to push this back a half. Trying to get used to Twitch adding an extra fraction of a second to the beginning of clips. Are they adding a second to your clip, or are they subtracting a second? I should turn on my flashlight. The other thing I did, I just changed the time of day. Did we already push that one back? You mean they're inconsistent with the timing? Wait, you're saying Twitch is inconsistent with something? No. You must be on drugs. Okay. So we can move it forward. Trying to figure out where I should cut this back. Over here. Maybe a little bit further. We're just trying to make a shape for this factory. All right, let me try running a beam. Oh, I'm not gonna make it. I'm not gonna make it. Ugh. Now, in this game, you have things like jetpacks, drones, trains, trucks, all sorts of manners and methodologies to move your person around. You get, we gotta change this to freeform. Not again, not again, not again, not again, not again. I landed that one. You get all sorts of ways that you can move around. Come on, you can make it. You can make it. It's too long. Do I move this forward? So, actually, we just moved this wall back. So, if anything, we got to move it backwards. Bean, what are you doing up here, pal? You're not supposed to be up here. Why did we move this back again? Space. The final frontier. Yeah. Because we were not going to move the front of the factory forward. But now that we're moving the front of the factory forward again, I'd say we put this back to where it was. It wasn't there, was it? Was it there? No, we want more room in here. This is the space. This is the space. Real life also has jetpacks, drones, trains, trucks. This game is super realistic, I guess. Well, I mean, it's super realistic until I tell you that I have a gun in my pocket that shoots material out of it to instantly build stuff, and I can hold tons of goods at any given time. Up until that moment, yeah, I agree. I mean, what are we realistically going to put on this side of the split? Honestly? I mean, maybe this is the parking lot over here. We'll have to come up with the name of Echo's Memorial. Is it a memorial parking lot? Or is the parking lot operated by Echo Ridge Parking? Welcome to Echo Ridge Car Park. So if you don't know, buddy of ours, Echo Ridge Gaming, he also started playing Satisfactory. Is it an underground parking garage? Do we park under here? Do we park underground, guys? If we park underground, then I can use the space for something else. Oh, you want to keep it a secret? Good luck with that. All right. What is this? What is this grade here? All right. Let's see what the double ramp does. Okay, it's a little sharper than a double ramp. Well, actually, we're talking about going down there. It can be sharper. So we can use the 4-meter double ramp. It gets a little hairy. Cuts into the side of that. All right, we'll leave labels off it for now. All right, let's put a flat 2 meter in. No, 4. It doesn't matter. We also, in the latest release, we did get some new factory doors, which we can use. Kind of like the picture of the trees over there. Now we actually, in this game, we actually have truck stations. So it can actually be a working truck ramp. All right, we're gonna have to change this over here. Yeah, let's go. What? All right, we just need some stairs to get in. Song is so good. All right, how's this for our parking garage? Does this suffice? So the cool thing about this game, I haven't unlocked them yet, but the customizer does have all sorts of like road markings and stuff that we can paint. I don't think these are hollow enough. Let's get a half foundation. That looks weird now over there. What do we have for signs? We don't have the big signs yet. We gotta unlock the big ones. All right. Back to the mission. Let's get the from the factory shaped. I think I have to move this over so it's closer. Is there a way to change the length of those beams? Longer beams. Right click after scrolling to return to regular zoom mode. Shift and scroll. Fine tune settings. In the mod config. Okay. Doesn't seem like you can change much. It says... stream is 4 a.m. in Germany. Molnick says, I'm going to go to sleep. Oh my God, 4 a.m.? That's insane. All right, Molnick, have a great night, brother. Thanks for being here. Thanks for hanging out. All right, it says, it's not working. It's not working. All right, further out. Starting to get worried where this position is. It's okay. That's all right. Try one more time. Oh God, it's like a couple inches too long. Too short. Well, I think that's holding it. Feels like that's straight. Yeah, all right, we're okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, that's 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 6. Right there. 6 that way. 7 that way. I'm trying to figure out if I overlap them or I leave them empty. All right, overlap. All right, so that's the front shape. Maybe I should, because it's radioactive over here because of that node. All right, let's cut one more off this side. Let's redo this. Cut one off that side. Let's close this over. changes the geometry just a bit. Oh God, it's like a fucking inch too short. That's right, you just need the one snapping point on that corner to make the math work. All right, that's 6. All right, that's 6. So it's a little bit more than one foundation difference. That should be dead even. Right? Same overlap on both sides? Should be. I wish I was able to keep this corridor clear. And that angle in the front, like I'm looking at the geometry of the front of this building. This line here has no relation to the rest of the factory, right? This just cuts right into those machines. I'm thinking I'm going to want to move that line over because we have these two foundations. This lane here, this lane here should be over here. And then we should move this over so it matches. We'll have to do that. But it is time. It is time to do the thing. The Fungeon is open for another minute. Let's see. Come on away. All right. This is a good one. We're gonna go see Sethis. Sethis is streaming some ball pit. You know me in the ball pit. I can't get out of the ball pit. I love this guy. Sethis is amazing. Guys, as always, thank you for being here. Appreciate you. Appreciate the bits, the subs, the donations. Thank you for helping me help some sick kids. Please, we will be back on Tuesday for another stream. Don't know if it's more satisfactory. We'll see. But what I'm going to do right now is we're going to set up a raid, and we're going to go see Sethis. Looks like he's got an 8-hour stream. Let me ask him if he's going to keep going. Hold on a second. I don't want to...
Like the fact that I can sit here and bullshit with you guys while I'm playing it. Like, I think that's awesome. The fact that this game offers the opportunity to stop and have a chit-chat for a few is definitely top tier. Taco only for like 20 minutes tops.
Okay.
Yeah, Taco only for like 20 minutes. So if you're looking for someone to raid somebody who's gonna fucking be around for a lot longer. I appreciate that though, homie. Right. Thank you. I should just start turning that shit off, right? I should have totally
not a Sethis. He's gonna be raiding out. So instead, we're gonna go hit up Skittish and Bus. So I'm gonna be hanging out with Skittish and Bus on November 6th. We're gonna be streaming from their house. We're gonna be streaming with Skittish and Bus, and then on the 8th we're gonna be doing the Extra Life event down from Salt Lake City, and that will be streamed here to this channel. So let's go see what Skittish and Bus are up to tonight. Instead, they should be streaming for a bit longer. They're in a different time zone. Looks like it's Skittish right now. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go pop up a shouty to Skittish and Bus. Then we're gonna hit the raid to Skittish and Bus, and then I'm gonna tell you the final thoughts. Final thoughts are, please take care of yourselves out there. It is another work week. There'll be stresses. There'll be bullshit in the news. There'll be angry people all around you. Do the best you can to try to find peace. Okay. Try to be the light and happiness in somebody else's life. Give more compliments than you receive. And please have an amazing week. I'll see you on Tuesday. Friday is Halloween. I'm going to be hanging out with the kids, so we might try to do something else this week. I don't know. So might be a weird week because of the holiday. But otherwise, love you all very much. Thank you for being here. Thanks for being amazing. And I'll see you guys on the next one. Toodles.
Yum, 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 yum.